Hello, sir.
Oh,
How is our audio video, sir?
huh? Hello, ಯಾರು?
So we'll upload, sir. So good morning, sir.
ಸರ್
ಹಾಯ್ ಪಾ, ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದ್ದೀರಾ?
ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ ಸರ್.
ಹೇಳಿ.
ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಇದೆ ಸರ್, ಆಡಿಯೋ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಇದೆ ಸರ್.
ಆಡಿಯೋ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಇದೆ.
Sir, ಅದು ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗ್ತೀವಿ ಸರ್, ಇವಾಗ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗ್ತೀವಿ.
ಪೋಸ್ಟರ್
ಒಂದೇ ನಿಮಿಷ ಸರ್.
ಪ್ರಶಾಂತ್ ಹಾಕಿ. ಮತ್ತೆ ನನಗೆ ಶೇರ್ ಪರ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಕೊಟ್ರ? ಪರ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ
ಸರ್ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಇದೆ ಸರ್, we are able to see, sir. Yes, sir.
ಮೈ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ಇಸ್ ವಿಸಿಬಲ್ ನಾ?
ಎಸ್ ಸರ್, ಎಸ್ ಸರ್.
ಸರಿ, ಈಗ ಇದನ್ನು ತೋರಿಸ್ತೀರಾ ಅಥವಾ ಪೋಸ್ಟರ್ ತೋರಿಸ್ತೀರಾ?
Sir, we'll show the poster, sir. First, ಆಮೇಲೆ.
ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಐ ವಿಲ್ ಸ್ಟಾಪ್ ಶೇರಿಂಗ್ ದ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್.
Yes, sir. We'll put the poster.
ಪೋಸ್ಟರ್
Sir, YouTube live link ಕಳಿಸಿ ಸರ್ ತಮಗೆ.
ಓಕೆ ಪ್ರಶಾಂತ್, ಮೇಡಮ್ಗೆ ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಯ್ತಾ?
ಸರ್ ಅದು ಹೋಗ್ತೀನಿ ಸರ್, ಇವಾಗ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಇದು ಮಾಡಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಹೋದೆ ಸರ್.
ನಾನು ವಾಟ್ಸ್ಆ್ಯಪ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಲಿಂಕ್ನ. ಓಕೆ, ನೋಡಿ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇದ್ರ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ರೆಕಾರ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಿಸಿಪ್ಪ ಆಗಲೇ. ಓಕೆ, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
ನೀರು ಬಡ್ಸಿದೆ ಬೇಕಾ ಒಂದೇ ರೀತಿ ಮನುಷ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ ಮಜಾ ಇದೆ ನೀರು ಹೋಗಿರ್ಬೋದು.
Because so the speaker needs to be off. Huh?
ಓಕೆ ಸರ್.
ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಅಂತ ಗುರು ನನಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ಇವನಿಗೆ ಇದು ಬೇರೆ ಇವನು ಹೇಳಿಲ್ಲ ರೆಡ್ಡಿ ನಾನು ಬಾರೆ ಹೋಗೋಣ ಅಂತ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ
ಯಾವ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇದು ಸ್ಪೀಚ್ ಬೇರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಫ್ಲಡ್ ಬಂದಾಗ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಸೇವ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಏನದು ಇದಂತ ಸ್ಪೀಚ್ ಅದು.
ಯಾವ ಸ್ಪೀಚ್ ಒಟ್ಟಿನಾಗೆ ಈಗ ಬಂದು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡಾಗ ಯಾರು
Good morning, Professor Chandan Ghosh. This is Manoj here from Karnataka.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. So from Karnataka, we have touched base with all our participating agencies. So if NIDM can also touch base and see that they join, we can start dot at 10 o'clock. Huh? Okay. Our principal secretary has already joined. Huh? So we are ready for this side.
ऑडियो बढ़ता है
ಈ ಪವರೇ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ. ಮೇಡಮ್ ಇವಾಗ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ನಾವು ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಆನ್ ಪವರ್ ಕೇಬಲ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್
Professor Ghosh, are you starting or it will take time?
Starting now. Okay.
Because another event is also scheduled on the same time.
Yeah. Okay. Let us start. Just you give. Okay. Let us start. Oh.
Good morning. Good morning,
Welcome.
Dr. Ghosh.
Yeah. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, Professor, we can start, Professor. Good morning.
Yeah, we can start. So, very good morning for this program is on building community resilience in urban flood. And today it is one of the pre-events, about 18 pre-events are there. So today this, along with the Karnataka State Disaster Management Authority and also Karnataka Revenue Department, we are going to host this one online on a very important topic for all the metro cities in the country, even many of the smaller cities also. And the issues that we have to highlight are many, which our experts from various organizations, especially municipal, as a Greater Municipal Corporation from Bangalore, and also from Hyderabad and Bombay. We are going to have this occasion, and also we are having Dr. Kasba from this Srinagar, who was very much active and responsible for taking up the matters in Srinagar flood. So initially we'll be having lecture, one by Dr. Manoj Ranjan, who is Commissioner as well as Director, Commissioner of this Karnataka State Disaster Management Authority, and Director of Karnataka State Disaster Management Department, and it is based in Bangalore. We welcome you, and also our NIDM is here, who has joined recently, Rajendra Ratno, who will be giving a brief about this event in the flag point of say NPDRR. And also we have today this Principal Secretary Relief Department of Karnataka State, Ms. Rashmi Mahesh. And also we can see that we can see Dr. Professor Gosain from IIT Delhi will be joining us. I am not able to see him, but he will be chairing the session, panel discussions, which will be taking place after these 4 lectures to be held, each one of 30 minutes. And then there will be followed up by moderations, which I will be doing the moderation about questions and answers.
Sir Ghosh, I have a couple of minutes only because I have to attend another session because you keep both parallelly.
So with this now, may I request our Executive Director of NIDM to say a few words about this session, about this pre-event.
Thank you, Professor Ghosh. I think we would have been more happy to have a session which is more in physical nature, but because of the constraints of our upcoming very mega event of National Platform for Disaster Risk Reduction, which is scheduled on 10th and 11th, we are all not able to travel, and hence this meeting online. So I thank the Principal Secretary and the Chief Commissioner Karnataka for joining, and the state of Karnataka and other participants for their support for this successful. The number of people who have joined today shows the success of this event, that there's so much of uh, enthusiasm and interest in this event. So, urban risk governance and capacity building in disaster risk reduction is the theme for today's event, and it becomes all the more important in view of that our urban, there's a more and more as the economic growth goes up, there's a more and more migration from rural areas to urban areas, which is very imminent. And this increasing urbanization, and coupled with the intensity of the climate change, is posing more and more extreme weather events, which are making our populations more vulnerable. And uh, the key to it is, I think, where our urban uh, laws, our local body and building codes, as well as our planning process, has to mainstream the DRR principles, and it cannot be, by magic, it cannot be brought into. So unless we do not take care of our infrastructure planning, and I am happy to say that I was involved and I was the primary author of the PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan, which exactly tries to bring in the breaking silos and bringing integrated holistic planning in the various infrastructure sectors. So that is need of the hour. And coupled with that, if we see the context of the Sendai framework as well as the PM's 10-point agenda, it becomes important that
I think connection is missing.
So, Professor
Okay.
Ghosh is traveling. Mr. Rajendru is traveling, I think so. So we have.
So I think in case to take it forward, because link is.
please take it forward, because I have to attend another event, because two events are
Okay.
two faculties have kept parallelly. So another additional secretary is waiting for that. So I have to rush for that. So I wishing you a good luck for this event, and I concluded my thoughts with that, and I'll be looking forward to the proceedings of the day. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you. So to take it forward, and may I request Dr. Manoj Ranjan to give brief introduction of our dynamic leader who have joined recently this department as a Relief Commissioner, Compensable Secretary, Revenue Department in Disaster Management Section of Government of Karnataka, to give brief introduction so that she can give her inaugural address. Dr. Manoj Ranjan.
You want me to? Okay.
Yeah.
A good warm welcome to all participants outside Karnataka, and equally warm welcome to all participants from Karnataka. We have around 105 participants. I expect it to cross 150 shortly. In fact, as the ED of NIDM rightly said, due to various reasons, we couldn't make it an online session, and we thought that being a very important subject, it has made it at least virtual, and that is the reason we are all here today. The backdrop to all this is that the national platform for DRR is gaining equal and great importance, and with all the climate change adaptations out over here, the Honorable Prime Minister will chair the program in Delhi on 10th and 11th. To that event, there are a series of pre-events happening. One happened in Orissa, one happened in Hyderabad, one happened in Delhi, Mumbai, Thiruvananthapuram, and this is the Bangalore event. So very categorically, they have segregated topics and given to respective states. So NIDM is the lead agency for this event, and KSDMA is supporting this lead agency. The purpose of today's meet is to specifically focus on urban floods, to understand the complex scenarios which the corporation managers face when they confront floods, and how they plan to handle, what are the challenges, what are the issues they look forward, how can we bring in a holistic approach? Do they require a larger forum? Do they require the scientific fraternity? Do they require the government of India? Do they require the 15th Finance Commission's funding? So all these things are what has to be discussed today. So Professor Chandan Ghosh will sum up the proceedings of the day, and then it will be placed before the event which is happening on 10th and 11th. So today we have a series of presentations from Professor P.P. Majumdar from Indian Institute of Science, and Professor Chandan Ghosh will also be speaking, and Kapil Gupta from IIT Mumbai will be speaking. So these will be technical presentations, but the important one is the panel discussions, where we are looking at participation from the local municipal corporations from the city of Bengaluru, city of Chennai, city of Mumbai, Hyderabad, and Srinagar, for which Professor Gosain will be the chairperson moderating this. So this is broadly what we have scheduled today. And as Professor Chandan Ghosh rightly said, we have our Principal Secretary Rashmi Mahesh with us. So she will be giving us the inaugural address. May I request Madam to make the inaugural address now. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Madam will join in 5 minutes. She just is on the line there. So she will join in 5 minutes. So Professor Chandan Ghosh, 115 participants are there online. In fact, for the benefit of everybody, we have people from the Urban Development Department. We have people from the Bangalore Mahanagara Palike. We have the BWSSB, Bangalore Metropolitan Region Development, Urban Land Transport. We have people from BDA, then smart cities, 5 smart cities people are participating, Lake Development Authority, then participants from Indian Institute of Science, Institute of Public Administration. So this is broadly from Karnataka. So professor will brief on who are participating outside Karnataka, like IIT Mumbai is there, and then the other participants. So roughly, this is the plan for the day. So Professor Chandan Ghosh, for the next 2 minutes, you can engage till Madam Rashmi joins. Yeah.
Okay. I think participants across the country we have invited, and since it is online and it is a vital time, 10 o'clock, regular office. So many of them are multitasking, but our spirit to go ahead with this program would go in a better way because the whole event is being recorded here also. And thanks to the team of Karnataka State Disaster Management Cell, as well as the IT cell, especially Prashant, who is in the background to maintain this WebEx server and keeping track with all participations and their joining and everything. And also, I can see in the, Madam.
Good morning, are you able to hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, madam.
I'm not able to hear you at all.
Yes,
Can
ma'am.
you just give me a thumbs up if you're able to hear me?
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I will be speaking, in a manner in which, I'm not able to hear your feedback. So thank you, Dr. Ghosh, for starting this dialogue. We are very happy to co-host this workshop on building community resilience in urban flooding along with the National Institute of Disaster Management. This, of course, is the precursor to the discussions and deliberations leading up to the third meeting of NPDRR on the theme of building local resilience in changing climate. I also take this opportunity to welcome all the speakers, commissioners of city corporations who are, of course, the key stakeholders in this dialogue, the faculty of IISc and IITs, all other dignitaries from NIDM and other allied agencies, and all others joining the platform today, specifically from the various urban local bodies. The main focus of the workshop is to arrive at a ready reckoner of each of our most populous urban local bodies' resilience and readiness to monitor, to predict, and to maintain future flood risk scenarios at tolerable levels by preventing deaths and injuries, by preventing economic and social disruption, and ensuring a seamless return to the normal way of life without any time lag. Our cities have to address this in the backdrop of not only climate change, but also in the governance challenges owing to the unwieldy growth in the area of cities, tripling of the population in the last few decades, and the unique geographical location, as in the case of, for example, Bengaluru, which is at the crest of a ridge, and rainwater flows to the valleys below through lakes interlinked with the Rajakaluways. We want to hear from the commissioners on what are the good governance measures they have introduced in the corporations in the aftermath of the disaster, which will address the future scenario of urban flood management, be it through one, reduction of opacity in statutory approvals of building plans, putting up critical information in public domain through conscious mandatory disclosures, three, the upkeep and maintenance of existing stormwater drains, desilting, removal of encroachments, etc. 4, preserving the lakes and their ecosystems. 5, addressing issues in solid waste management, segregation of waste at source and recycling, enforcing the ban on single-use plastic, debris management, etc. 5, evolving a robust flood risk and vulnerability assessment regimen and SOPs for mitigation and address of the same. 7, developing an early warning dissemination system to the last mile and its monitoring mechanism. 8, mapping disaster response teams to wards and the resources to the wards and creating conscious mechanisms of ward level governance with the inclusion of various civic bodies. 9, promoting flood mitigation with local structural interventions at the ward level. This could be in the form of stormwater, drain management, silting ups, desilting, etc. If we could have SOPs on critical infrastructure at the ward, that could be earmarked and continuously monitored on the basis of parameters which are made available at the ward level for upkeep and maintenance and monitoring by these ward level committees. 10, mechanism evolved by the urban local body for continuous capacity building and awareness and response at the ward level, again, because we are talking about an essentially urban ecosystem. So the biggest stakeholders here could be the civic bodies, which have a large presence, and other business and other stakeholders in the urban ecosystem. So this could be the ward level committees, the apartment owners association, and the locality associations that are there. 11, what are the steps taken to democratize data on weather and other critical parameters to ensure collective accountability and collective action? What we see is that data is maintained in silos, especially with regard to the urban scenario when there are multiple stakeholders, and each of these stakeholders have critical data, which, if used in a cohesive manner, can effectively not only mitigate but also help in addressing the disaster scenario. So what essentially is the mechanism that is taken to put up every data at its most granular content in the public domain? And how do we ensure that this data is accessed by the key stakeholders to draw critical inferences at even during times where there is no disaster, even in the disaster-free period, so to say, that is the non-critical period. And 12, finally, what is the stakeholder exchange of information during the pre-disaster or the lag period and the disaster period, and how do we ensure that there is a common domain for access of information by all these critical stakeholders in the sense of government stakeholders itself. For example, if we see the exchange of information between the urban corporation and the traffic police, especially during addressing an urban flood scenario. So what is the exchange of information, critical information at that point of time, and what are the platforms we have created for? See, like I mentioned, there is some audio problem. I was not able to hear your introductory remarks. I will try and join through a more cohesive audio system. I will stop at this, and I look forward to the discussions that happen during the day and hand over the discussions to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for giving your brief about this session and the step to be taken forward from now onward, taking the spirit of this session. Now, I would request Dr. Manoj Ranjan to go with, who is a commissioner, Karnataka State Disaster Management Authority, government of Karnataka, who has been the spirit behind arranging everything from the state of Karnataka. And he is not only a Indian Administrative Service officer that holding this great responsibility, but he keeps himself abreast with all the latest development with research, as well as writing many articles and taking part in many of the brainstorming sessions going on across the country in various facets of disaster management. So it is to go forward with this session now. I would request Dr. Manoj Ranjan to present his topic that which he has chosen, especially about the state of Karnataka. What about the kind of system, early warning system, and steps being taken up for the state of Karnataka? He is going to present with a presentation for 30-35 minutes.
Thank you, Professor. Again, a very warm welcome to all participants. It is heartening to see more than 150 people participating in this session. So as the inaugural session just got over, I will start giving you a brief perspective of urban flooding and then what is in Bengaluru, and then we will hear the other speakers. So with this, it's a joint presentation. The entire workshop is being done by NIDM with KSDMA supporting this event out over here. And my presentation will be on urban flood monitoring, early warning, and dissemination systems. What is there in Karnataka and what we need to do out over here. So this is our Vidhan Saudha for people outside Karnataka. Warm welcome from the IT capital of the country, Bengaluru, to all of you. So to start off, if you look at what are the urban flood key questions, when you talk about urban flood key questions, we will be looking at, is it because of urban planning issues? Is it because of environmental management, which is not happening? Is it because of climate change impact and adaptation issues? Is there a risk-based planning process? Or is it due to the land use planning? Is it because of a multi-hazard risk assessment? So these are the common questions one would raise, one would ask when you talk about urban flooding. But technically, if you see NIDM has very clearly classified urban flood causes as direct factors and indirect factors. So if you look at direct factors, you can see global climate change that we all are experiencing in the last, in fact, Karnataka in the last 5 years has seen severe floods affecting the entire state, Bangalore in specific also. Similarly, if you see prior to that, it was drought. Now you see cyclones day in and day out. So there is this huge global climate change which is happening, resulting in heavy or high intensity rainfall, which complexes, which enhances, magnifies the problem of urban floods. This is on one side. Similarly, if you look at a direct factor, I wouldn't be speaking much on urbanization because we will go on to floods. So at urbanization, which brings in a huge competition on the resources that are there. You have developments happening everywhere, encroachments of flood plains causing loss of natural storage of these things, water bodies. Then you have a continuous development, redevelopment, and high density land uses, which is happening. And then I need not say to this August gathering that the concretization increases the perviousness. So the rainfall which is coming onto the land gets diverted into runoff, underground water, and fly off. So in an urban area which is completely concretized, you will see a higher coefficient of runoff. That means the water which has to go underground is now in the form of runoff, which gives a faster impact, faster damage to the urban ecosystem. On the indirect factors, you can see improper, inadequate drainage system is one major reason. Non-maintenance of the drainage network is the second, that is periodic silt maintenance, removal and all those things. And the people, improper or no waste management, solid waste management, throwing of debris in these things. So this is broadly some of the causes of floods in urban areas. But according to me, if you ask me what are the causative factors of urban flooding, I will put them in the 6 buckets. So if you see on the first point, encroachments of nalas, lakes and other water bodies. If you take BBMP for Bangalore for an example, it is a complete connection, interconnection of lakes. And from a higher area, you see water collecting into one lake, then you have a sluice, you have a waste weir connected to the next lake and next lake. So if these interconnections are broken, if these interconnections are encroached upon, you will be bound to face floods. Similarly, the flowing lakes interconnection is lost. Then completely, if you see the waterways, the Rajakala ways, they have been encroached, they have been illegal developments which are there. And more importantly, if solid waste management and building materials go into the drainage system, they will obstruct the SWDs, they will obstruct the sewer pipes, and they will put up the increased water flow onto the urban landscape. Now, before I start my presentation, I thought I will show you all some photographs as well as show you all some statistics to urban flooding. So if you look at this slide here, I have taken some 8 years of data, and these are 8 zones in Bengaluru. If you look at 2015, you can see the normal rainfall is around 650, 700. So 731 mm of rainfall is there. To the 2016 saw a dip in rainfall. Then you can just go on. In 2022, you can see there is a huge amount of rainfall which has been received. Bommanalli, which receives around 585 in 2021, has received 1100. That means nearingly double. How does the infrastructure cope up with such kind of incessant rainfall is the question I'm putting forth before all of you out over here. Similarly, if you look at East Zone, which has 598 has received 1000, 578 of Mahadevapura has received 1022. So overall, you can see an 18-90% increase of expected norm rainfall into the city. So the water carrying drainage pipes are overwhelmed with such kind of amount. So saying so, I would want to also show you that if you look onto the screen, you can see that certain areas have received 200 mm rainfall in those 4-5 days, whereas certain mm of rain have received 50 mm of rainfall. So here in Karnataka, because we have a high density of telemetric rain gauges and telemetric weather stations, we are able to have an updated information, and each of these stations send alerts to the concerned officers. On the screen, you can see how urban flooding impacts the normal life, traffic jam over there. This was an incident which happened in 1617. You can see how people are on the road. Then you can see the houses being inundated, individual houses as well as in front of the house which has been inundated. I leave it to your imagination to see that the damage this can cause to the buildings, damage it can cause to bringing in waterborne diseases, damage it can cause to other infrastructure which is there, disrupting lives and livelihood. So this is a serious thing which I want you all to appreciate. So here is a case where you can see a tank bed, and in a low-lying floodplain here, you have buildings which have come up here. Again, people's livelihoods have been damaged. Immediately, the BBMP jumps into action and then tries to take up the rescue relief operations, clearing of the stormwater drains, clearing of the choked drains. Here, the rescue, relief, so on and so forth. So today's presentation is technically to see how urban flood resilience can be looked at. How can you increase the capacities of the urban areas? How can you increase the tolerable levels by preventing deaths, injuries, minimizing damage, disruption out over here? Similarly, you must be seeing that community resilience is the key. When I use the word community resilience is the key, we will be talking about what should be the structure of community resilience. In fact, we heard the principal secretary speaking about ward strengthening of ward. So community resilience talks about how do you strengthen, how do you put in a structure for community resilience? How do you see that a proper planning is there at the ward level? How do you see that necessary infrastructure, necessary capacities have been built at the ward level? So in my presentation today, these will be the 3 areas which I will be talking about. I will be talking about the weather monitoring systems in Bengaluru. I will be talking about the disaster risk reduction in urban areas. I will also be talking about the ward disaster management plan. So these are the 3 areas which I intend to speak to in this workshop today. On the screen, You can see a telemetric rain gauge and telemetric weather stations. In fact, Karnataka is blessed state to have a very dense network of telemetric rain gauges and telemetric weather stations. We have 7,500 of them up till the Grama Panchayat level. But on the screen today, I am showing you that Bengaluru has 4 valleys: Hebbal Valley, Esarghatta Valley, Rishabhati Valley, and Koramangala Chalagatta Valley, KC Valley. So we are in a position to appreciate the valley, the LULC of this area, the drainage patterns of these areas, and very strategically, we have augmented more monitoring systems to Bengaluru, that we have exclusive 100 telemetric rain gauges in the zones, 12 telemetric weather stations, and 131 telemetric water level sensors. So very clearly you can see where these telemetric rain gauges are posted. So this will give us a clear indication as to what rainfall is received in the 15 minutes interval. That means these TRGs talk to us, to our centralized server, every 15 minutes once, giving us 96. Can the others be silent, please? Yeah. So on the screen, you can see how we are placed. So this apart from BBMP's 131, 12, and 100 telemetric rain gauges, you have the Bangalore urban district, which gives you a complete more scenario to see how much of information is being collected at the. Okay. Now, very importantly, I would want to show you that because of this very strong dense network here, in real time we can give information to the civic managers, saying that in the screen you can see that Elanka zone, I'm showing that there is an extremely heavy rainfall which has happened. We also give them forecast, we also give them real-time information such that the civic agency can marshal resources to that particular area and minimize the damages caused due to rain. Similarly, you can see that we have got a dense network of 131 stormwater drains which have been placed across the Rishabhavati, Hebbal, Elanka, KC Valley, which will give us what are the locations in which stormwater drain has reached 50%, 75%, 100%, so on and so forth. So such important information is critical for civic managers to appreciate, to see dynamically what is the changes happening in their areas. So if you look at in 2016, we had identified 137 flood vulnerable areas. Now, as our principal secretary rightly said, there should be a close coordination between the traffic police as well as the civic agencies. Here you can see in 2016, 37 flood vulnerable areas have been identified. Prashant, can we have all the others muted, Prashant? Yeah. So 2018, the 174 got enhanced to 203 flood vulnerable locations. As on 2022, you can see we have 200 flood vulnerable areas. So these are dynamic, and the organization tries to update this information wherever newer low-lying areas are there, traffic junctions are there. So this is a continuous process which is there, and we map these locations, and the field officers have this information based on the past experiences learned. These are the areas where there are chances of water inundation, which will help them to go to that particular area and then point out and take up remedial measures. So this is how the stormwater drain charts are being circulated to all the concerned officers here. We have got a sophisticated GIS dashboard exclusively for Bengaluru area, wherein the entire zonal, as per the administrative boundary, zone-wise information is collected. We will give them entire rainfall yesterday's, today's, and tomorrow's forecast. We will also give them zone-wise information. What is the likely temperature? What is the likely rainfall? What are all those things, along with the stormwater drains? And when you click on the map here, you will get ward-wise information as to see what is the humidity, what is the rainfall, so on and so forth. So on one side, technology monitoring systems are there in place. In fact, these are our new methods wherein we have put cameras at 50 locations at the stormwater drain, such that the civic managers can visibly see which area is getting blocked, what is getting overflowing, and all those things out over here. So technically, I want to impress upon you all that the urban flood monitoring system should have a mechanism where it can acquire data from sensors. That is one side. It should also acquire data from non-census. What I mean by non-census is from other agencies. It can be IMD, it can be your other weather forecasting models, so on and so forth, information from media, information from public, so on and so forth. So the data acquisition is a very, very important element in the urban flood monitoring system. The data which has been collected must be processed in real time, taking geospatial infrastructure, taking the past experiences, taking the past rainfalls out over here, analyze the data, and then prepare alerts and report generation. What information should go to an executive engineer? What should go to the JE? What should go to the CE? What should go to the CA? So like this, the data analytics should segregate information, create alerts, report generation, and then send this information in all possible manners, in all 360 degrees, means by emails, SMSs, WhatsApp alerts, call center, so on and so forth. This should be what the urban flood monitoring system should be envisaged. So in Karnataka, in Bengaluru, we have got this Varnamitara help desk call center 24/7. Any citizen here can call up and find out weather related information. We have the GIS dashboard, which I said, which can be accessed by all public out over here. Similarly, you have emails, SMSs, WhatsApp groups. You have a mobile app, very interesting mobile app, which I will show you how it is. Some screenshots of the mobile app I will show you. So are the methods where information has to be sent to MHA, NDMA, SDMA, and so on and so forth. So I would like to show you on the mobile app. Now on the screen, you can see a mobile app which gets real-time information from the 300 odd sensors and the adjacent Bangalore urban sensors. Based on this, you can get the information of the live rainfall information. You can see the live flood inundation areas. You can see lightning happening in your areas, and live weather you can see for the current as well as forecasted weather for the next 3 days. What is going to be the temperature? So these are very critical information dissemination. As Principal Secretary rightly said, that critical information should be shared as much as possible to the ground level in multiple formats, in mobile apps, in websites, in emails, in SMSs, so on and so. The critical exchange of information also should happen interdepartmental between the water sewerage board, between the traffic police, between the city commissioner, so on and so forth. So this is what we have attempted here. So this is one part of my presentation where I have taken around 11 minutes to spell about the monitoring systems. I will take another 10 to 12 minutes on a very critical component, which I would want to present to this August gathering, as to what should be the DRR, what should be the disaster risk reduction strategies that should be adopted in Bengaluru or in any urban areas to see that we are more resilient. So first and foremost, I will be talking on these 5 areas. First one is the flood risk and vulnerability assessment. The second one is developing an early warning and dissemination system. Third one is mitigation with local structural interventions at what level. The fourth one is how do I implement my bylaws? I may have bylaws, but how do I implement it? How can these bylaws improve resilience for floods? And lastly, capacity building and awareness generation. Prashant, somebody can sit and mute Prashant. Yeah. So the first one which I would want to explain to you all is that how do you do a flood risk vulnerability analysis and what are the areas? So first and foremost, if you take a city like Bengaluru, first and foremost areas we need to analyze our storm water drains and their carrying capacity. This is the prime study which has to take place. So this analysis will tell me what is the carrying capacity of my stormwater drain, where I need to augment. Here you can backface it with the valleys which are there, the historical rainfalls which come, the peak rainfall which can happen, so that it will help you in improving the performance of the stormwater drains. It will help you in redesigning proper stormwater drains. It will help you identify choking areas in your stormwater drains. So this is the first one which I would suggest, that we need to analyze our stormwater drain and their carrying capacity. This is priority number 1. Once you do that, you will then come immediately to identify which are my low-lying areas. Once you identify the low-lying areas or your problem, and you can start your mitigation works. But if you don't have item number 1, item number 2 is not possible, and mitigation works wouldn't be meaningful. So the mitigation work should be based upon the analysis of stormwater drain, the carrying capacity, as well as identification of low-lying areas and choke points. Once this has been done, the city should also identify critical infrastructure. So critical infrastructure would be metro, critical infrastructure would be your railway stations, critical infrastructure would be your power generation or power transmission sub-hubs over here, or your drinking water related facility. So on priority, depending on the availability of the resources, these critical infrastructure should be looked at very close quarters, and mitigation intervention should be planned to identify the problems the critical infrastructure is facing. So this, I would say, is a very, very important priority. The next one is analyze your sewage drainage. Is it functioning the way it has to function? Is it working to full capacity? Are there places where sewage enters the stormwater drain? If so, how are the diversion strategies? What should be the intervention? So this is should be how you must be analyzing, how you must be planning, how you must put up strategies for addressing sewage related water coming onto the roads when flood happens. Next, you can have a technical study on how the stormwater drains have been designed, how you can enhance their capacities, how you can implement new designs, so on and so forth. Lastly, but not least, how can O&M of the stormwater drain happen? This operation and maintenance of stormwater drains is a very, very critical component. In fact, Principal Secretary also said that at the ward level, desilting is a critical component. Upkeep and maintenance is a critical component. Do we have a system? Do we have a component for O&M of stormwater drain? Is a critical thing we need to answer. We need to facilitate and provide for. Coming to the second area which I want to explain is developing an early warning dissemination system to the last mile and a proper monitoring mechanism. I spoke about the monitoring mechanism. So in Bengaluru, if you see, today our forecasts are dependent on what IMD is sharing with us. We need to have Doppler weather radars increased in Bengaluru at least to see what is a little more in advance you can get these information on the weather radars. And more importantly, at Bengaluru, if you look at, we need to have command and control rooms wherein interdisciplinary people will be sitting there. So interdisciplinary people sitting there should be in a position to access the information coming to the control room and act upon the information that is coming to the control room. So this incident command control room should be at the BBMP central office, where you will have all 9 departments who are going to sit there, get the information, and then start acting upon. They should start communicating over there, dissemination of alerts to the last mile. This is a critical component. So in Bengaluru, I'm happy to inform that under the capacity and preparedness component, we have earmarked each zone to have a control room and a super control room at the BBMP central office. Shortly that will happen. So this is where we look at how we can address the control rooms and communication to the last mile. Similarly, we should also look at electronic display and alerts, warnings in strategic locations, traffic signals building, that there is a forecast of heavy rains, please don't come onto the road, do this, don't do this, don't dump your debris. So on and so forth, you can look at information dissemination. Now coming into the third critical part of my presentation, which talks about what are the other measures which should happen at a decentralized level, at the ward level. So first and foremost, based on your vulnerability analysis, construction of retaining wall at vulnerable areas is critical. Creation of flood cushions are critical. How do you restore the tank network? There must be something which is blocking the tank network from one tank overflowing and reaching the second tank. So such kind of activity should be taken up. Strengthening of the tank bunds is critical, because tank bunds were done very, very many years ago. So how do you address how do you address these tank bund issues? You will have to take an approach to see that the tank bunds are strengthened, that their sluice gates are operational, that waste weirs are operational, and whatever obstruction is there from one tank to the second tank, those obstructions should be removed. So this is completely which has to happen at the local level. Similarly, the city can look at percolation tanks in parks and other strategic locations, such that groundwater recharge also takes place. As I explained earlier, the runoff which is increased in urban area can be reduced if you can see pockets which can suck in some water, see that the groundwater is recharged. So this is one thing which we must be looking into. Similarly, the capacities at the local level, high capacity of dewatering pumps to be made available at the vulnerable areas. Click of the button, vehicle mounted, it can be moved to a particular location, used there. So these are some things which at the ward level we can take up, appropriating, decentralizing solid waste management infrastructure, so on and so forth. I come to the fourth part, of my presentation, which is very, very important, which talks about we need to review our building rules and regulation in view of the frequent flooding. So this is an eye opener which has happened. So now a critical examining whether our building rules promote flood resilience is what we need to examine, and if not, need to strengthen it, and if it is adequate, we need to see how we can implement it. So this mechanism to ensure that new development works do not create additional or new risk to urban flood can be one easy low hanging fruit out over here. Similarly, each apartments and layouts which are there, we talk about an apartment having its own solid waste management. We have an apartment having its own STP. We must also look at how an apartment or a layout should ensure appropriate flood mitigation measures. The apartment and layout should have equal infrastructure available at their disposal to safeguard, protect the community when an event of a flash flood happens. So these are certain things which we can look. Then formulating zone-wise workable disaster management plans, setting out response plans, short-term, medium-term, long-term is one thing which we can look. So similarly, you can have disaster management plans for the line agencies like the Bangalore water supply, the electricity. If something happens, electricity, what is their disaster management plan? How do they act upon? How do they marshal resources so that they can have? So these are something which I would suggest that we should be looking at creating buffer zones and then working upon this thing. Lastly, but not the least, capacity building and awareness generation is a key. Under this component, the capacity building of all engineers and field officers on flood risk mitigation should happen. As an initial step, we had a recent meeting. Saying having all the BBMP engineers present with us to understand what are the monitoring mechanism, how they should do. This apart, they must know that every intervention they do, be it a nala, be it a road, be it a camber, they must be in a position to see and foresee that should not create more floods. It should try to mitigate the flood related problems which are there. So capacity building of not only engineers, town planning, RERA, revenue officers is very important. And then as Principal Secretary said, the ward level, we must have best in class rescue infrastructure which is available. We must create an equip or ward level task force with all the necessary supports which are there, men, material, support them with NDRF, SDRF, home guards, Abda Mitra volunteers, so on and so forth. So this is what I would want to say, that as far as creating disaster risk reduction is concerned, we must be looking at these many points. I come to the third and the last part of my presentation, where I talk about a solution where we need to look at creating of ward level disaster management plans, WDMP. So what do I mean by this? So if I have to start this, I will refer back to the Disaster Management Act 2005 section 41, which mandates local authorities to adopt a continuous integrated process of planning, organizing, coordinating, and having a disaster management plan at the ward level. So this is an important mandate which is there. To build this, the aim of the plan is to improve the resilience of the ward, its functionaries and residents. See, it is so well placed that the resilience of the wards, the people who are functioning in the ward, and the residents, by promoting a better understanding. So there's going to be huge amount of awareness, and then their participation, how they can behave, see that solid waste management, debris are not dropped. So such kind of fostering disaster risk reduction measures and promoting improvement. So this is the idea of the ward level disaster management plan. In fact, in Karnataka, 2,147 Grama Panchayats which are vulnerable to floods we have attempted. We will be starting on ward level disaster management plans at the Bangalore level and the smart cities out over here. So the idea is to build the capacity and resilience in the community to see that they can manage various hazards, and the local community are ready to respond, to react, and withstand any hazards. So the objectives I have identified involve the local community, because they are the first responders. If you can address their problem, if you can train them, they will handle themselves in a much better and safer manner. So involving the local community in the entire planning process is the key of ward level disaster management plan. The plan should be enabling to be an intermediate deployment of resources before an organized manner the major force can come in, allow a quick and immediate response which is there, and the community should own up the plan and link the disaster management plan to the things. Now, if you can ask me, why do we have to involve communities? Because communities are the real sufferers, and they are the first responders also. So taking this advantage, we must see how can we increase their coping mechanism, how can you reduce the impact over here, how do we appreciate the local knowledge, how do we understand what local resources can be deployed. These are things why we should have and why we should involve communities in disaster management plan. So as I said, the disaster management plan should talk about the hazard profile of the ward, what is the present vulnerability status over here, and how do we prepare for our future. It should have a clear set of objectives. It should have a logical sequence of activities, and then tasks and responsibilities are equally distributed to everybody here. And lastly, I've just tried to put out the chapters for you. You can see a situation analysis of the ward. It will talk what are the ward, how many population, what is male, female, vulnerable population, old age people out over here. Then what resources are available at the ward. It may be in a hospital, it can be in a relief camp, it can be these things out over here, a tank, a motor pump. And then it will talk about the mitigation preparedness plans. And if anything happens, what should be the response? It should have a complete details of contact numbers of the NGOs, civil societies, then your ward officers, then your the entire support mechanisms out over here. So this is broadly a suggestion where you can see that how the ward level disaster management committee, which consists of an elected corporator or councillor member, and then the concerned AWE ward engineer, and then you have the revenue inspector or the revenue officer, NGO, civil societies. You also have medical officers, school headmaster, engineer. So composition is everybody brings them to the table, their expertise, to see that the plan is designed well and then achieve. So this is in brief my 30 minutes talk on how we can look at disaster management risk reduction in Bengaluru, what we have in Karnataka. I finish my presentation here and hand it over to Professor Chandan Ghosh to take over. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Manoj Ranjan, for giving a very, very fantastic first presentation, which is having a entire scope of work as well as the work that you have been doing and reaching to the public, especially in the entire state of Karnataka. I think among all the 36 states and union territory, your state has taken a very, very advanced step in reaching to the community about the warning, as well as giving them that what are the identifications of the flood inundation area, and giving them full information using even CCTV camera footage, and also deploying your team across all line departments which have taken part today, who are involved. And you have given a really fantastic presentation of the amount of work that you have been doing, and at the same time, all the line department, that how they have been motivated by your dynamic personality. I would appreciate that also. And so I was also looking at that even ward level disaster management plan that you have been emphasizing, where even engineers and all people should be there, because it is a teamwork. So you are the person that who are working spirit that you have motivated to the people that who are working in the state of Karnataka, especially even in Bangalore and all the municipalities there, even smart cities. So your presentation has given right directions. So I was thinking of inviting questions from the participants, which I was trying so that immediately it can be looked into. But one thing that is said, one Suresh Kumar says that use of rain gauges and its analysis updation reduces the flood vulnerability in Karnataka. Yes, this part, flood vulnerability part, it is there, rainfall is there. I think rain gauge, yes, it is profusely being used, and also mobile app has been developed for dissemination of all the information. And also another thing is, we may see that Apada Mitra team is being made by NDMA, and definitely I think Suresh Kumar, I think he is very much well known in the in making Red Cross and others, if I'm not wrong, that Abada Mitra team volunteers are also engaged, including even our NDRF and SDRF team. So maybe audience may like to have some say on this from you, Dr. Ranjan.
Yeah, Professor, a very good question from Mr. Suresh Kumar. So you have answered about the first part on TRGs, but the Apta Mitra is a very, very important feature, though I just mentioned it in running. So Karnataka is one state where 340 Apta Mitras, the target given to us from MHA has been completed completely. Means these Apta Mitras were trained 14 days by the fire and emergency services. I should acknowledge that we are the only state which completed the entire target of 14 days training. They have been given a compendium. Apart from training them 14 days out over here, they have access to information on the mobile app. So what Mr. Suresh's point is very important. In fact, we had deployed Abda Mitra in Chikmagaluru. We had used them in Kodagu. We had used them in Udupi also. So we should now try to see how we can enhance the Abda Mitra numbers in Bengaluru for these areas and infuse them into the response and relief system. A very good question. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you for taking up this session. Now, may I move to our next speaker, Dr. Ranjan?
Please.
Yeah, because you have taken exactly 30 minutes. So we are 10 minutes early, so we'll have more scope to listen to Professor Mujumdar. He is really, he is a now associate faculty in India Institute of Science, Bangalore, and we know that Karnataka State Disaster Management Authority and they have been getting a lot of research as well as analysis and also a mentoring support from the Professor Mujumdar. He is working now in the Interdisciplinary Center for Water Research in ISC Bangalore, and he has held a lot of positions so far. He is in fact as a professor of civil engineering, and he is an associate faculty there in this center. And also his area of specialization is water resources with a focus on climate change impact on hydrology and water resources, statistical downscaling of GCM outputs and urban flooding, which is the topic of today, and planning and operation of large-scale water resources systems and uncertainty modeling. So I think in this session, the topic that chosen by him or given to him is very befitable. Without losing much time, I think we request Professor Mujumdar to have his presentation, which is on this modeling part.
Thank you very much, Professor Ghosh. I hope you can hear me and also you can see the slides. Okay, thank you so much. Again, this is a great opportunity to share some of our work, and I would give credit to KSNDMC as well as BBMP. This is an ideal template that we have created in Bangalore city, where academic institutes have come together with the municipal bodies, and thanks to the proactive approach of KSNDMC as well as BBMP, we have been able to do several things. So I would essentially focus on this in this presentation on how the modeling and science, hydrologic science, will help the decision makers, especially taking off from where Dr. Manoj Rajan left. How do we bring all of this information to the ward levels so that the decisions that the ward levels are making, decisions at the ward levels, will be benefited by the science language, science knowledge. So first I will start with, and I'll be talking mostly about the Bangalore city. When we look at the past, the intensities of the rainfall have increased tremendously. This is for the durations that we talk about. We talk about the design durations, and typically in cities, urban areas, we'll be talking about half an hour, 1 hour. I request to others to be muted. Kindly mute.
Suresh, please mute yourself. Prashant, can you mute him, Prashant?
Hello. Prashant.
Okay, I hope I can continue.
Okay, sir, you continue.
Okay. No, but this will be disturbing, Professor Ghosh.
Yeah,
I think someone has to mute them. Okay, I hope they are
Suresh, can
muted.
you mute yourself, Suresh? Prashant, who's there from the host? Yeah, please go, Professor. Sorry for that.
Okay, it's okay. Because I have planned exactly for 30 minutes, so any disturbance will be. So what I want to start with is that the historical rainfall intensities at the durations that matter in the urban areas, which are half an hour, 1 hour duration. Now, it does not mean that the rainfall happens only for that duration. It is that critical duration of half an hour or 1 hour, which matters for the urban floods. And these intensities are known to be increasing over the past. So from 1969 to 2019, if you see there is a continuous increase in this precipitation. Now we also look into the future and then see how these intensities are likely to behave in the future in the event of climate change. So the question that we ask is, how do the short-term intensities rainfall respond to climate change? We have been talking about climate change, and it is in fact an elephant in the room, because essentially the rainfall intensity is increasing in urban areas has several causes to it, but climate change is one of them. So we need to start looking at the global events that are affecting the local events, for example, at the city level and so on. I'm showing an example of the Japanese model here. They almost bring it to the block level as well as the building level. And at Bangalore city, we are planning to bring it, we have been able to bring it down to city level. So we are now progressing it down to block level on effects of climate change on high intensity precipitation itself. But there is a model uncertainty associated with it. Therefore, we consider a large number of models, large number of scenarios, and then derive what is called as an ensemble model, and then start looking into the future. So this is the future that I'm talking about. The intensities at these durations are known to be increasing almost about 100%. And as I said, urban areas, these are the kind of intensities that we should be looking at, half an hour, 15-minute duration, and so on. So these are known to be increasing, or these are projected to be increasing about 100%. And this we can say with reasonable confidence, because we have addressed most of the uncertainties. And therefore, the city should be geared up to address these kind of intensities. Now, that is what is happening on the rainfall. But there is also something that is happening on the ground. And stormwater drainage system, as Dr. Manoj Rajan said, first, we need to look at the adequacy of the drainage system itself. And at several locations in Bangalore city, the stormwater drainage is not adequate. So we need to address both of these together. So what we do then is that, specific to Bangalore city, we have taken up a project, and along with KSNDMC, as well as collaboration with BBMP. So this is a type of project that we have taken up, and just to make sure that what we develop in the project is in fact useful at the ward level and at the city level, we involved many important people in our advisory committee. For example, Sri S.V. Raghunath was earlier, the Chief Secretary of Government of Karnataka, as well as the Chief Commissioner BBMP was involved, and so on. So all important people we involved, so that the products that we develop will be actually useful, not only for Bangalore city, but also can be exported to other cities. So what we do in this is, first we look at all the data that is available historically, as well as the current data, what we call as static data as well as the dynamic data. We collect the digital elevation maps, land use, land covers, stormwater drainage maps, flood vulnerability areas, and so on. So this is the data aggregation part. Then we develop rainfall forecasts using the NWP models, that is the numerical weather prediction models. And this we bring it down to almost 3 kilometer scale in the city. And then we have hydrologic models. For hydrologic models, we look at different valleys, we call it, Hebal Valley and Casey Valley and so on. And we use several model combinations. And using the infrastructure that is so wonderfully developed by KSNDMC, large number of rain gauges, large number of water level gauges, we calibrate and validate these models and develop models such that we can convert the rainfall forecast that we have developed into flood forecast and flood inundation maps, complete with the terrain information, DEMs, and so on. Now, all of this information, as Dr. Manoj Rajan said, we convert into a mobile app as well as a web portal in which the information is continuously available. Now, there is one other interesting aspect here. We generate what are called as a localized climate zones, LCZs, using Google Earth images and so forth. So the data acquisition, any type of modeling that you need to do for city level, you need a large amount of data, and many organizations will be involved in this. So we have spent enormous time in collecting all of this data, which I'll show towards the end. But essentially, you can see there is a huge database that is put in place, and all of this data will be used in our modeling efforts as well as in the final decision making effort. So for example, data procurement from sensor installation. We have several rain gauges.
Sir, you're muted, Professor.
I think someone is muting me because, okay, fine. So there are weather monitoring stations, 12 numbers, and this has been increased now. There are water level sensors that are sitting like this. About 40 of them we have used, and then KSNDMC has a plan to increase it to 100. So you can imagine the rich data that we get continuously for this kind of a work. This is a kind of sensors that I'm talking about. And we look at very critical locations where these sensors are located. Typically for every small water body as well as the lakes, both at the entry level as well as at the exit level, we have these monitoring stations. Then we use all of this information into our modeling efforts, and we also put into a place the lakes and other water bodies, the complete stormwater drainage system, as well as all other terrain data that we put into this, put into our models, and generate models, hydrologic models, as well as the rainfall forecast models. And we calibrate and validate these models with extreme events. For example, 15-minute rainfall intensity for 8th to 9th September 2020 and so on. So we use several past events to model these and make sure that we have a reasonable confidence in the model outputs by looking at several events. So this is one of the examples that I'm showing here. This is a PC swim model. This is not an open source model. The SWMM model is an open source, but PC swim has the capability to integrate with the GIS, and therefore we use this also. And then along with other models such as HECRAS and so on, we generate what exactly happens at several locations. For example, I am looking at the Shivaji Nagar water level sensor, and complete with the rainfall as well as the water levels, we should be able to simulate how the water levels at these locations are behaving. And we can actually tweak these so that every 3 minutes, 5 minutes, we can get this data continuously. And as of now, we have our server connected with KSNDMC so that we get the data continuously from those servers. So again, similar examples. This is for September 8 to 9, 2020. What happened at several locations. For example, Ashwath Nagar water level sensors and so on. There is some problem in our models at some locations, and we have been looking at these because the sensors there at that particular time may not be giving the correct information. But by and large, we are satisfied that these models are behaving well. So this we do at various locations with several different events and make sure that the modeling effort is in fact satisfactory. But as I said, there will be places like this. For example, there may be blockages and there may be other obstructions to flow and so on. So the water level sensors may not be accurately projecting exactly what is happening there on 2-minute scales and so on. So this is what is the anomalies, and we have also looked at the anomalies. And then we looked at several different models, not just one model, several different models, for example, pieces frame, HEC-RAS, Mike, all of these models, so that we have a reasonable confidence. And we do what is called as an ensemble modeling, not only for the hydrology that is shown here, but also for the rainfall forecast, and then combine the rainfall forecast with the hydrologic models so that we convert the rainfall forecast into the flood inundation at several locations. Now, it is important for us to realize that a high resolution data in the urban areas is important. At river basin scales, you can do with 30-meter resolution and so on. But at at urban areas, we need really high resolution data. So what we have demonstrated through IISc case study is that we generate a LIDAR data information at 0.2 meters resolution, and then show the value of this through our modeling technique. If you have a high resolution data, and as you know, the LIDAR can generate data to such an extent, such a resolution, that you can almost distinguish between the leaves of the trees. That level of information you can get. And what I showed here is actually a mobile mounted LIDAR. LIDAR sensor. You can also have a heli mounted, that is a heliborne LIDAR survey for the city level, that will be of much use. So through this, what I'm showing is the effectiveness of using this high resolution data into our modeling so that you can generate really very high resolution flood information. Then we start looking at what is happening at the weather scale itself. We will set in place what is called as a WRF model, weather research and forecasting model. Initially, we took this from the SAC Ahmedabad products, as well as some of the IMD products, that is IITM products. But now we have put in place our own model. The advantage of this is that we set up our own model at those scales, at Bangalore city scale. Whereas when we are taking from global data sets, for example, SAC Ahmedabad and so on, they are setting it up for the India scale, and then we are clipping it for Bangalore scale. And therefore, our models are known to be performing much better, especially for the high intensity rainfall data. So we developed this. 2793 kilometers is typically what we use. Here I'm showing 25 kilometers because we use the GFS data for that. There are modeling details, don't worry about that too much. And then we combine this with, as I said, hydrologic models, and then generate what is likely to happen at urban scales over the next 6 hours, 12 hours, and so on. So this is a kind of forecasting that we develop. So I'll give you one example here, 4 to 6 September 2022, what happened. So this is the kind of observed rainfall, 4th September, 5th September, 6th September, etc. And we have been able to simulate reasonably well with the 3-kilometer domain. Similarly, for 5th, 6th, etc. When we come to 1-kilometer domain, some of these do not work well. So we are sticking with the 3-kilometer domain. 3 by 3 kilometers is about 9 square kilometers. That should be good enough for ward level forecasting. And in fact, we are in talks with the BBMP as well as KSNDMC on how to how to provide these forecasts for their usefulness. So this is again 4th to 5th September. The way we validate our models is we actually look at what has happened on that particular date. We also look at the newspaper details. We look at the KSNDMC servers, BBMP data, and so on. See whether we have been able to simulate these high intensity rainfall as well as the flood inundation accurately. That's the idea there. This is again another example at Koramangala Chalgata Valley. This is how it behaves, and we have been able to simulate. For example, this Rainbow Drive was one of the major affected region, or you have several such rich gated communities, and once they get affected, they make a lot of noise. So we have been able to simulate these, and in fact, we visited these areas to see whether our models have behaved reasonably well for these kind of situations. So I'll show you what happened during 29th August and 3rd to 6th September 2022. This is just last year, and this is where huge losses took place because of this event. And as I just showed, KC Valley, that's Koramangala Chalgata Valley, this is the kind of inundation that actually happened. And you can see from these figures, these photos, this is how it behaved. This is again Rainbow Drive and Wipro layout and so on. So these are all very rich layouts. And once they get flooded, everyone gets sensitized about these issues. So we have been able to simulate these, and I will show you through some example how it actually behaves. In doing so, we also look at the blockages and show how quickly the blockages will inundate the areas. Suppose the water is supposed to flow freely at these locations, and these are really the downstream locations where the drainage width may be of the order of about 30 to 35 meters, and that's almost like a small river. And when they are supposed to perform completely with huge efficiency, they are getting blocked. And because of these blockages, how quickly the water level rises, that is what we show through these kind of simulations. Then we also look at the lake depletion itself and the effect of the lake depletion. The idea here is that once you have the models put in place, you can use it for generating several what if kind of scenarios. If the lake depletion continues like this, then what happens to the flood inundation for the intensities that we have been observing. So this is what we simulate and then show that with the current rate of lake depletion, we are getting about 4.2 meters of depth compared to what happened earlier without the lake depletion. So that's a kind of simulations that you can do. Now, all of this information as well as the modeling tools, we convert into tools so that it will be useful for decision makers. The first tool that we talk about are the rainfall forecast models themselves. So we are using the WRF model. We are setting it up. We have set it up for Bangalore city, and then we are continuously running for any high intensity rainfall. The way we do is that as soon as IMD says that next day there is a yellow alert or red alert, etc., we trigger our model. Because this model runs will take enormous time. We run it on the HPCs, the high performance computing. In fact, even now we are graduating into supercomputers to run these models so that we are able to forecast about 12 hours in advance how this rainfall is likely to behave. And this is for 2nd August 2022. We have been able to almost successfully forecast the rainfall. For those who are interested in this, there is a small research issue here. There is about 15 minutes lag time that we are seeing between our forecast and what is actually happening. Although it does not matter too much for the decision makers, for the research it is important, and we are looking at why this 15-minute lag is happening and then how we can improve those forecasts. So again, this I have taken from KS and DMC. Dr. Manoj Rajan showed this. So start from the rainfall forecast. We have, at this stage, we are looking at SAC Ahmedabad's forecast as well as IISc forecast. We have the hydrologic model put up by IISc. These go into a KS and DMC server, and then it gets converted into mobile app so that every 5 minutes, 10 minutes, you have the updated information. And this is a mobile app that Dr. Manoj Rajan showed. And this was developed together by IISc and KS and DMC. Now I think the property or copyright is with KS and DMC because I don't see IISc name there. Now, this is one of the solutions that we have been talking about, that can we have porous payments like this wherever possible so that high intensity rainfall can actually be absorbed into those. Now, this experiment that we did on developing the porous pavements, it can be used as park sideways, parking lots, etc. The major drawback here is that it does not carry too much of a load, incapable to handle heavy loads, and also it gets clogged. But this is the kind of research that our structures group involved in our project are also doing. So we developed actually the porous pavements. The idea here is as the water falls, we should be able to put it down either in a tank or in groundwater itself. But groundwater recharge is a challenging place. So what we do also is that we look at the groundwater recharge potential. As you can imagine, in the central area of the city, the potential will be very low. But in the peripheral area, where in fact the flooding is happening more frequently now, here the groundwater recharge potential is high. So suppose you put porous pavements and other such measures, low impact development measures on such areas, you can use the floodwaters as resource rather than as a nuisance. So these are different low impact development measures that we are talking about. And as I can see, as I can show here, with low impact development, you can reduce the aerial extent of inundation almost up to 29 to 30%. Now, there are large-scale engineering interventions, etc. I will not go into this. Now, the last part that I would like to show here is that we develop, with all this database, we should be able to develop a digital twin for specifically for Bangalore city, for the floods. What is a digital twin? It's a digital representation of a real world entity or a system. So we have the complete terrain data, we have the rainfall data, and we have the hydrologic models which will reasonably well simulate how the flood inundation will happen. So all of this information we should be able to generate through this. We should be able to generate digital twins. So for example, this is the Bangalore boundary. And then we have the 1 meter DEM using the 2 meter contours that we have used from the BDA. Then we have the land use land cover again from BDA, that is the Bangalore Development Authority. We have the stormwater drainage network and lakes. This is from BBMP as well as RRSC. Then we have the building data, and this is the most important data because the buildings will cause obstructions to the flows, and how the flow behaves will depend on how clustered are the buildings with respect to the stormwater drainage themselves. Because once the stormwater drainage starts overflowing, it is the buildings that will dictate the flows. Then we also have the road network. This is from the BDA. All of this information, we put it into our digital twin. So what we are doing essentially here is, this is the actual data, where the buildings are located and where the stormwater drainage is, where the lakes are, etc. All of this actual data, we put it into our models, digital twin model, and then simulate. For example, for the 4th to 5th September, you are looking at the Belandur location, and this is the EcoSpace, one of the high-end apartment complexes. How this will behave, that is how we do. So we put the rainfall data, and then you will see that the lakes will start overflowing, and many of the stormwater drainages will start overflowing, and then this entire situation gets flooded. Entire area gets flooded. Similar thing. This is near Diveshri layout. In fact, we are doing a special project for them because that's again a high-end apartment. So this is for again 4th to 5th September 2022, how it behaves. And this September 2022 flood was a disaster in these areas, especially on the eastern areas of Bangalore city and so on. Now, it is also important to realize that once these digital twins are in place, you can actually simulate how it is likely to behave for various different intensities of rainfall. Not only that, once the flooding happens, how it will withdraw, how much time it will take to withdraw. Here, right at the right hand corner, you are seeing the time. So although the rainfall stops, you will see that the withdrawal time will be much larger compared to the the rainfall itself. This is for Wipro campus, again a very rich campus, how it gets flooded. So these are the campuses that I'm talking about, how quickly it gets flooded and how much time it takes to withdraw. So such kind of information you can generate through the digital twins. So this is what is a summary. So in summary then, I think we need to understand that the rainfall intensity in the city is known to be increasing significantly. Now, it is not only for Bangalore city, but city after city, we are seeing year after year, the rainfall intensities are increasing. Now, it is also important that the spatial variation, especially of the high intensity rainfall, this has a very significant variation, the high intensity rainfall. So if IMD says that Bangalore city is in red as far as the forecast is concerned, that is of not much of value to decision makers, because as Dr. Manoj Rajan said, we need to make decisions at the ward levels. So we need to generate the simulation or the forecast at the ward levels. And the knowledge is available now, the scientific knowledge is available now to really bring down the forecast to those scales, 3 kilometers, 1 kilometers, and so on. In fact, through the National Supercomputing Mission project, we are now bringing it down to 1 kilometers resolution, both for Bangalore city as well as for Pune city, and we have been reasonably successful. Then we need to look at the existing stormwater drainage system. This also KSNDMC director just referred to, whether it is adequate, and if it is not adequate, what kind of actions that you can take. Then you need to look at the quantification of increasing rainfall and flood discharge with spatial variation and climate change impacts. That means you are not only looking at the present status, but also you need to look at the future status of what is likely to happen over next 10 years, 15 years, and so on, not only because of the climate change, but also because of the what we call as the urban heat island effect, because of which the rainfall intensities are also increasing. And because the cities are already completely congested, we must look at several low impact development measures along with large scale engineering interventions. This we need to really put thought and time onto these developing these combinations of low impact development as well as the large scale engineering. So with these modeling techniques, we must be able to use, for example, high resolution terrain data, city master plan, drainage network, lakes and water bodies. We must be able to integrate all of these into the forecast models and then generate several what if scenarios before taking any decisions. A rainfall forecast model integrated with hydrologic model, we must be able to use them judiciously with reasonable confidence so that it will be useful for making decisions at really very high resolution scales, such as 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer or 3 kilometers by 3 kilometers. Even as we talk, we are in discussion with both KSNDMC as well as BBMP to develop these forecasts at ward levels. Because once we have these forecasts at 3 kilometer scale, all we need to do is superimpose the ward information so that we can get the forecast at the ward information. I will stop at this point. If there are any discussion point, I will be able to do this.
Thank you, Professor Majumdar, for giving a very research input and research and operational agency like KSDMA and KS and DMC, and that too from IISc Bangalore with the kind of exposure that you have, the kind of experience that you have, especially on urban flood modeling, and the kind of data that you have shown. They are marvelous, and the combination of the research input as well as application of that and taking feedback and changing it accordingly and updating it is the key aspects of development and reduction, and that way reduction in the vulnerability. It was one of the questions that raised during previous presentation that if rain gauge are given, sensors data are taken, vulnerability can be reduced. One of the questions just, but you have befittingly, you have responded to that through your presentation, that how data to be collected and what are the examples that you have created by doing even LiDAR, 2D, 3D LiDAR survey that you have done for the IISc campus, and tracking them, using them, and also flood inundation mapping at various area that which you have demonstrated with modeling approach, as well as ground-based data that you have taken. So such information, as well as connection with the state government, with their, especially the revenue department and disaster management authority of state of Karnataka, has taken a full say advantage, or rather it is the bond that which is long overdue for our many of the smart cities that coming up. So I think it is a wonderful learning as well as an indication that how much effective research is also taken that which you have presented in your presentation. So I think there is any question from the anything anyone would like to say or raise your hand? You can speak. We have a little bit of time.
I think DMP Davangere has raised hand.
Yeah, Davangere, any question?
Yeah, Dr. Kasba, you would like to say? Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ghosh and Dr. Mozamdar and Dr. Ranjan. In fact, I have handled a flood situation which happened in 2014. I was that time the city commissioner of Srinagar. And the scenarios which we'll have to create have to be specifically for a level of floods. When imagine Dr. Mozamdar's office is under 20 feet water. So is the commissioner of the Karnataka Municipal Corporation under 16 feet water. And no government, no electricity, no mobile connectivity, no roads. In that scenario, we have handled the flood. We did the post-flood handling. So those scenarios have to be where you don't have any internet. Internet was possible only after 20 days of the onset of the flood. Hospitals, people have to be relocated from the roof of the hospitals. So those scenarios have to be taken into consideration at the national level while making policies and actions. So in that very situation, where it is almost 70 kilometers underwater, almost 50% of the city, which is the core city area, South Srinagar, was overflowing. Your city center was overflowing under 16 feet water. Those scenarios are very scary, and planning has to be focused on that. And our vehicles, SMC headquarters, police headquarters, civil secretariat, even chief minister could not reach to anyone. And then only one grace was there. Our landfill site was in non-flood area. I think thanks to the policy decision makers, some 40, 50 years back, who decided to have a landfill around 18 kilometers away from the city center. That was the only saving grace. I would like to collaborate with Professor Mozamdar on a scenario which Srinagar presented in 2014. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Kasba. Yeah, Professor Majumdar.
Yeah, just a quick response.
Yeah.
Dr. Kaspa, thank you very much for raising those points. And we are very much aware. That is why, now we are taking up 7 major cities in the country which have different hydrologic signatures. For example, for example, Srinagar you talked about, the river Jhelum will be responsible for that, and so on. So, as you rightly said, we need to develop city-specific disaster management plans, and especially when all infrastructure fails, including there is no electricity, there is no internet, etc. How do you make sure that these communications will happen, and so on? So we will be very happy to collaborate with your organization to make sure that some help is available from the science side. Maybe Dr. Manoj Ranjan can answer that subsequently. Thank you. Thank you.
Professor, I'll answer this question, but I apologize that I did acknowledge your contribution to Bangalore urban flood monitoring. In fact, Professor Majumdar is a legend in this sector, and he wholeheartedly, for so many months, collaborated with KSNDMC and the other agencies to bring out what is this urban flood forecast modeling. And in fact, we have taken those lessons to build up on the other 3 smart cities. He and his team has contributed phenomenally. Now, to what Dr. Kasba said rightly, yes, that is what is all about disaster management. It is not that if there is water standing at 1 feet, what you do. You must think on your contingency planning should be to think on the worst case scenarios, saying that there's no power, there's no this one, there's no nothing. How do you function? So there must be plan A, plan B, plan C, plan D. That has to be integrated very well at all levels. A very rightful question which he has answered. So Davanagere DMP, you had raising your hand. What is your question?
Sir, this is from Bangalore Rural, sir, Basaraja, DM, personnel.
Yeah, please.
Sir, what about the strengthening of the BBMP disaster management, sir? Are there any consultants and then local field level workers?
No, this question is to me or to Professor Majumdar, because we are in the Professor Majumdar's question now.
No, just
Dr. Ghosh.
Yeah, that is each zone we will be having a consultant, which the process is on now, right? Yeah.
Maybe we'll have more such things in the next session in the panel discussion.
Forwarded.
This type of questions.
Okay. So I sincerely thank Professor Majumdar for his wonderful presentation, coming out with science-based inputs, facts, figures, and so on out over here. I would now call upon Professor Chandan Ghosh. He's a civil engineer from Bengal
Documentary.
College, and he's working at NIDM since 2006, professor and head of Resilient Infrastructure Division. I must say that though he had certain personal commitments in the last week or so, he tried to see that he can coordinate and make this event happen. So personally, as well as from KSDMA, I sincerely thank him for his passion and contribution at these tough times. So I would request Professor Chandan Ghosh to take over the stage now as not only the organizer, but as a speaker, and speak on dealing with urban floods, aqua dams and flood barrier systems. Over to you, Professor Chandan Ghosh.
Okay. Am I is there? Stop. Okay. Let me share my screen and the screen.
All participants.
Share. Okay. You're sharing. Okay. Yeah, my screen is visible. My screen is visible now. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay, okay. Thank you, Dr. Manoj Ranjan, for changing the role that just mutually as we have been working together. So my topic is living with urban floods. And you have seen two presentations, but I'm showing you with the photographs that being seen over here, the barrier that which can be made by anyone in the country. For that, we don't have to bring any material from outside or no nuts and bolts or anything. It is all available in our country, in our shopping malls or wherever it is. But placing them, choosing them, and fixing them on the road, you see, with not a single drop of water, is the one kind of, resilience measures to be taken up by the community. And which you can see that amount of water that on this side of the barrier, flood barrier, that if they are allowed to enter, or which they have been entering without much care in so many cases, if they enter in this side of the wall, then we can think and imagine the kind of, reactions, actions, damages, loss, and data handling, and then the kind of crisis that we create. So I would like to present through mostly by such kind of practical examples that which can be affordable, adaptable, acceptable, and implementable by each and every one among us. So that is what I want to show. Similarly, this photo also vividly shows that on the front side, water is there, which is stopped by some of the polyurethane material, which is a petroleum, processing byproducts like diesel, petrol, kerosene, or there are more than 6,000 such products, including the mobile or all this material and everything. So it is one of the 6,000 plus things processed through crude oil, and we have plenty of them, these products. And only thing is that it takes hardly few minutes to place these things, which I'll show a little bit detail later on, so that we can stop water entering into the lower area. So with this, now let me go. Also, it is again another of this kind of products which are available. This is porous one. Of course, here to increase the capacity of the river or stream or canal or flooded area, to save this portion on the left side of mine, just raising them by few feet with the local people by placing such kind of hexagonal or quadrilateral or whatever these cells, which are also mostly used in our road constructions, made of geosynthetics, again, petroleum byproducts or crude oil byproducts, by putting them in this manner and fill them with sand or whatever it is, because these are non-porous material. And you can see that I'll show many such examples that which has saved across the globe several such facilities that from inundation, and including airport also. Or the example that here, when an 8-9-story building, functionality of that can be maintained with the help of a retaining or a boundary wall, maybe temporarily for few hours to few days, by placing some kind of material here, waterproofing material appropriately, so that minimum amount of leakage is there. So these are the measures, examples taken from elsewhere, can very much make our city, municipality, decision makers, everyone, with the affordable cost and with the presence of mind, we can save a lot of damages and loss. But what we are looking at right now, making a world safer, smarter, and happier place, that our AI or ML and many of the survey and many satellites that we are placing them, and we are making them in a very, very palatable dish for the public through various apps and various measures, various animation. So I'll show that where we are leading to and in what kind of search and research that we have been making so far in the area of digitalization, where we have reached some amount of saturation in all these places. But what is to be taken up with our presence of mind, such kind of measures as well, so that we can test them whenever excessive flood or excessive water is there, to save our property. So the context is, it is happening all around, lots of data is there. We cannot deny, not only our country, everywhere in the globe, they are frequent and virulent. Lots of data are there. Management and attitude issues are many, but my main emphasis is they are being solved, not only can be solved, they are being solved or resolved with the community participation. Damage and loss are colossal, but I'll show some example where no huge budget is required. And there are simple measures which are good enough to take care of our property and losses. And there are lots of flood protection measures are being adopted using nature-based solution, in addition to the engineering solutions that we know, which are worth in crores or billions. But there are some nature-based solutions that can be used. I'll show some example there. That storage of surplus water, because now it is no rainfall, but storage of surplus water, which is needed to be taken up nationally, but with an affordable cost. So I'll show some example in that also. Flood walls for protections and flexible storage system using geosynthetics in various parts of the country, whether it is hilly area, whether it is urban area, whether it is flood prone area, wherever it is there, we have got a flexible storage system using geomembrane. Now, what is the current state and status of our, weather information system or rainfall induced inundation system in urban area? So in that case, we see that these clear roads are there. We make the roads, but we make underpass also. But we can see that just because this is a man-made, because whenever such kind of underpasses are there, they are facilitated with equivalent, drainage capacity pump that which will be taking on the amount of water that can come over here. There are certain decisions are taken based on that. Pump systems are being deployed, but in some time it goes out of order, resulting that they cause some of this kind of inundation, which it is all made by us. So we have to look into that. Or we have to see that wherever constructions are done because of the rainfall, so many such millions of such scenarios are being available on the net. So nothing is new to us. But living in flood-prone area, which of course through rules and regulation and many committees have been formed, we have to go for evacuation drill, or we have to make some elevation or some kind of levee, or we have to make flood wall barrier system or flood resistant material. But how easily that can be done without taking a recourse to the heavy engineering solution that which are being made for like making a dam or embankment or barrage. They require engineering decisions and which are very much enriched in our discipline. So we have to see that how rainfalls related data are being disseminated in many other places except in our system yet. That we don't want where it is going to rain, how much it is going to rain. We want to see on a Google map, very simple manner, on a superposed way, that what is the intensity of rainfall on a Google map, which is easily we are able to read. So it has to be palatable to the common public, and not looking at the entire city that it is going to rain for, or we are giving a forecast 3 hours before or 4 hours before. But now minute to minute, second to second, projections are being given that where it is going to rain, whether we should go to the office, which road that we should take. Those kind of information are available. We do not want that it is going to rain like, for example, entire Delhi, about 1600 square kilometer. We know that in the last 30, 40 years of our time, we have never seen that entire Delhi is being, a downpour is there in the entire area. It doesn't happen like that. What we want our weather expert is that which portion, after how many millimeters of rainfall, what is the inundation depth, which is also being perfected, even using Google Map or LiDAR data, or even 3D or photogrammetric survey data, which should be updated with such kind of coercive information, that where it will give in our mobile phone that what is the amount of rainfall and what is the amount of inundation in that locality in a bigger scale, which are scalable, not in such a large scale, which are scalable these days in 1:50 or 1:100. When LiDAR mapping is being done, even 1:1 or 1:1 millimeter scale also is possible, because these are all being used these days for leveling purposes, even road making, road construction, finishing, and other things. So what is required is that, like when we go, we are having the mobile phone, it should give our app, the Google map or whatever map, that local area map, which are available freely. It should give that what is that app, rain is 9.5 kilometer away from the work, and see that which direction it is going. So these days now many mobile app are being formed, and what it will, public needs that on his or her way to the office or some other tourist places, or to the wherever they want, what is the weather and where that weather will be bad. So these are all techniques being perfected more than 3 decades ago in many parts of the world. Now thing is that cleaning lake by nature-based method that helps in aquifer recharge. You see, this is one Lahartara Lake rejuvenation project case study taken up last year in November, more than 1 year. And this is the lake, but before that lake was like this. before that, before taking up this work with nature-based lake was like this. Now it has become a very, very lovable spot by nature-based solution. It is not a heavy investment. It is all used nature-based solution, a combination of natural extracts from some of the plants available in our country, which are being mixed up, not as a chemical, mixed up in this water. Just only thing that physically has to be done, this water hyacinth and other things to be physically cleaned out. And then that solution works on that and it makes into this. Not only that, it helps in aquifer recharge, because whatever is the water level here, after the treatment has been done, there is a continuous connections with the underground aquifer, so that whatever water were coming, mostly sewage from the nearby area, their level has gone down because this nature-based solution has made the lake cleaned enough, and all those things have been cleaned enough so that they are able to connect with the underground aquifer. So in that case, it helps in storage of a lot of rainwater. So key question, root causes in urban areas, urban planning, these are already explained, and urban planning issues, environmental management, climate change impact and adaptation issues, risk-based planning process and GIS being used, land use planning and governance, multi-hazard risk assessment, all these things are taken up by various agencies. Forecasting and warning time and system, which is the focus today, especially in the first two presentations. And risk understanding, mitigation, monitoring. And then now let us see that the impact, these are all usual scenario we can see it is being taken up. Now, what to do with such kind of things? So let us see that how systematically, how we can take up some of the adaptive measures. This happened in Uttarakhand, 2013, that Kedarnath cloudburst, that there was no such proper system in place, culvert or anything, so it has blown away. But if we put a culvert or some under drainage or something like this, we have to make appropriate arrangement to maintain the functionality of the culvert in a drain system by providing such kind of screening, which has to be cleaned up. So this doesn't need much of the investment again. Just only thing is that when system is in place on the road or below the road, when such kind of things are there, then appropriate planning is to be made to provide such type of cross drainage and longitudinal drainage system. And at the same time, when in that area there are some such kind of garbages comes over there, so we have to track them so that they don't make here any kind of clogging. So this is the way that we can take it up. Now, about the airport, what are the things that there are many records breaking access, broken records are there. So we are familiar with whether it is Chennai, whether it is Hyderabad, whether it is Mumbai, and whether it is Kochi, all these places, and whether it is even outside also in Thailand airport also. So now what to do with this? This is a Chennai airport, 2015 in December. An amount of loss and other things, these are all being put up in a report form. But what to do with this? How we can stop our airport from inundation? Then what kind of innovations that we have to bring in? So let us see. These are some kind of barriers practiced elsewhere in Australia. And then these are the things, very quick solution. Within hours, this can be placed. And in putting these things, I'll show that there are certain kind of calculations are to be made. How much water they can hold this kind of barrier. You can see their dimensions. They can hold up water even 3 meter, even 4 meter. And we know that 4 meter is quite good enough to save or to surround an aircraft, which you have seen over here. 3, 4 meter, 5 meter is good enough to surround an aircraft, depending on inundation, that which we are able to predict, but at the same time, making an arrangement on site using such kind of barrier system which are foldable whenever it is required. Only preparedness has to be done to put them in order surrounding a 100 crore plus aircraft, and using such kind of system which doesn't need even few lakhs, and making a makeshift arrangement of these things and surrounding an airport like this entirely together, entire airport, whichever is subjected to such kind of water inundation, such kind of flood. So spending some money on this, which can be reusable, transportable, movable, and quickly they can be replenished, they can be placed with all sorts of barrier and design system, where you can see that we can save a lot from the inundation of these things. And you see that we can in fact tailor-made, or we can train a flooding stream, river, canal, or even if cloudburst is happening, where we are able to identify all the inundation area. In every city, we are able to identify. But when there is excessive rainfall, we are having certain tools which doesn't need, again, much introductions of such kind of barrier system. You see that no water is here. Even if some water is coming, we can make a sump over here and we can drain them out. I will show that example also later. So such kind of things, and giving a sort of dependency as well as belief in the system of such kind of barrier system. Yes, here you see German Chancellor looks out onto the Soul and Oder River on May 29, 2010 in Frankfurt. But so such kind of barrier system which can protect aircraft, which can protect our vital facility, and also the VIPs in this manner, which gives authority as well as dependency as well as faith into the design and practices of such barrier system. Now that redevelopment of Kedarnath Dham area is in progress. In another year or two, it is going to be completed. What I have indicated over here is that this is a huge retaining wall which is designed at the cost of maybe 20 crore or something. And so there's a heavy, because water came from this side, so there will be a huge retaining wall which will protect this entire complex which is under construction. Now the area which is lined over here, it is a retaining wall which is again engineering design and robust enough that it is having lots of I would say input is there, but this is that scenario. After that, what is there? This is that mandir, Kedarnath, that mandir. So in order to protect these things, even such kind of solution, nature-based solution, which is flexible enough and which can be flexible enough that they can be made, they can be customized, and which are very much cost effective as well, which anyone can do. But the retaining wall which is being done over there, so such kind of things also can be adapted in many places. So urban livings are there, cities are complex system, weaving together thousands of economic, social, institutional, environmental threats. So there are a lot of reports are available, and also depicting dangers by the walls of civilized standards here Delhi and Red Fort area. And also we are able to hold up water by using dam. You know that we are not able to make dams these days because of the environmental impact that they are causing and raising concern about their stability, especially in the earthquake-prone area. But still, dam is a mark of our civilization. and also protections, and also it has lots of benefits. At the same time, that with the advent of this kind of material available for more than 3 decades, 3 and 4 decades, such kind of geomembrane material, that one form of this is this one. This kind of material, we are able to store water in such manner, or in this way, using geomembrane. And also we can make overground water storage in the water surplus area in this manner also. And making such kind of system doesn't take much money and doesn't take much of the skill. Only these are all factory made product, and they can be laced, they can be stitched, they can be placed, they can be controlled, they can be maintained by community. Or also such kind of geotube are very costly, because 1 or 2 organization or company that have been making, but these have shown such kind of geotube in the flood protection, in the shore protections and other, like Mumbai or Mangalore and all the area. They are made costly because there is no competitor in this. Otherwise, the kind of material that which are costing over here, it doesn't need much of the engineering, things. Only fill up these things with the local material over here. And how much this cost really, I'll show you some of the cost that available in the India Mart also. And such kind of making a communication line, even a flooded area, is also possible by using this kind of membrane or geosynthetics like this. See the cost. 95 rupee per square meter. 95 rupee per square meter means almost 10 square feet. So one can easily calculate what is for a say 1.5 meter diameter, what is the amount, and these teachings are being done by the machine. So 95 rupees per meter is damn cheap. Or even there are certain material which are available, 21 rupee per square meter. And you can ask the price, you just put your query for the HDPE geomembrane sheet, and then you can get various millimeter, 125 micron to 2 mm, 3 mm, 4 mm also. All this specification can be decided by the community with the help of experienced person, and to make up such kind of arrangement for flood inundation. And one kind of, our campus was used to be flooded in IIPA, and just only by placing one pump dedicated over here, we could reduce the water, because it is only pumping out the water beyond the boundary wall so that they do not come back. So we could reduce the inundation by installing one of the pump during the rainy season only. Later on, just keep it some other safe places. So such kind of measures can be taken up. In fact, this is one of the Facebook photo. During rainy days, importance of drains and heavy duty water pumps are found familiar at some stretches. Such dutiful services by the agencies do not have to worry about anything, but becomes vibrant till crisis at their doorsteps. Hunting hard, preparedness for the next splash is well defined in the dictionary only. So we have to put up something in place in the pump, which doesn't cost even 30,000, 40,000. So in that case, 50,000 or whatever, depending on the capacity, we can reduce that. We have to find out a way. Such kind of things are being made is Cyclone Yash, and we know that these are not able to cope up, but such kind of flexible measures, nature-based solution, can give a lifetime, solution to the erosion problem, wave surge problems and other things on the same area. This is in our country. We spend a lot of money through projects and DPR and proof of concepts or whatnot, but such kind of things are to be emphasized, and otherwise we cannot solve the problem. And these are all due to the cyclone Yash. Of course, what we have not looked at, even Sundarban area also, some of this probable red location to be surveyed for embankment construction as per method suggested. Of course, such things have not yet taken up. We have been doing a lot of these things, but these are very costly. But maintenance is an easy. This is our NIDM campus where our car shed is there, but no water goes inside because it is already having a solar panel. So there are in Peking University have done this Spawn City also, and then there are certain kind of measures that mobile flood wall in Austria. You see that how much is the water that they have been able to retain here, so that this property doesn't get inundated, or even such are the area that we can look into. So there are certain say manuals are available to construct these things, movable, flood wall, flood protections wall, which are there in the manual. And then when many of our cities goes underwater, rail line goes underwater, then we need some kind of barrier design, which are available in the manual. You can see that I have taken it from some of the publication, and some specifications are given. Whatever is the water here, light blue color is the water, and how they are going to handle, how they are being supported. So our engineers, as well as even common man, they can put up their common sense into that, making such kind of barrier, water this flood wall barrier. So then sandbagging or something like we have made this our shelter, cyclone shelter, because we know that due to cyclone, a lot of water are there. Sometimes they may inundate. So shelter is made in the upper floor or even the top floor, keeping in mind that it may get flood inundated. But you see, in our colony, in our area, there is one in-gate, there may be minimum one in-gate, one out-gate. And here you can see that water level is here. By seeing this water level, only some gated control on the gate, because in water anyway, we cannot go out with our car, cycle or anything or walking. But during that period, at least community over here, resident welfare associations and many people are there holding the official positions. So we can make certain kind of wall system over here. I show little over here, where in the in-gate or out-gate or whatever gate is there, at least for some time, some hours or some days, we can hold the water not entering into the compound. Because many of our gated colonies are having these days 1 level, 2 level, 3 levels of underground, parking storage. And think of that, if water enters and all those thousands of cars will be totally damaged and beyond reparation. And then if you think that we have insurance, then many of us, we are not having insurance, but primary protection of the sources, from the sources, is to be looked into. And that is where the community spirit has to be developed. And that community spirit already through a resident welfare association or even municipal corporation and engineers and all people over there, where disaster management plan has been emphasized for the last 15, 16 years. Just make a plan. Plan should include such kind of measures that to be taken. It should not be just make a plan only just because some mobile number has to be given or who is responsible. But how to protect these things, there are various innovative way, simple way, by putting only rubber gasket over here on the gate over here, we can stop water entering into the pump house or underground one. Or some, you see, pump and other things. These are all important. Several lakhs we spend in maintaining this fire system. And if water enters over here, we cannot. So we can put up such kind of gate with this black color is the rubber gasket. There are many examples are there. And also in and out in the boundary wall and other things, we spend a lot of money in beautification these days. So one of the aspects to be included in the disaster management plan for the colony or for the area or office campus is that put some kind of devices with nuts and bolts, which can be replaceable, which can be put up whenever water level is going up, like that. Or you see that this is a private house And so in that private house, only this kind of arrangement this arrangement over here can be operated by the house owner itself. So this is an example, maybe many of our country that they might be adopting such kind of techniques of water. So now I will go, I think another maybe few minutes. Flood sucks and which are available, how many people that it can. And then we have got, in fact, in Japan, this technology has come to India also. Many of the cities, they have adopted that storing water, because in Japan, you know, island cities surrounded with sea, so they store this water through a porous pavement, which, you know, and then take it them, because these are the sweet water, and then store them and then treat them and use them as a drinking water or other things. And we are having a nationwide program for making this kind of pond or tank, something through a scheme. But with that, we can add up one thing. I think those who were attending, that use the geomembrane, something like that. We can cover the entire area also. But if we add the geomembrane, which is costing maximum per 10 square feet, a few rupees only. 10 square feet, say 21 rupee I have shown, 30 rupees, 40 rupees. All of us, we know, if we go to the shop, we know that what is the price that available. In fact, our country produces so much of such kind of material that we do not consume maybe even 10% of that. Majority of them are being exported, which means that they have found the utility of such kind of material that which are produced profusely in our country. So let us not take this sense of satisfaction that we are increasing our export, but utilization of these things in a greater application like this, that which is being shown over here, will save a lot of our damages and loss and other things. We have to look at that. And you see, community-wise, house-wise, how they can make such kind of arrangement. This doesn't need any you know, service agency or any volunteer or anyone. Only the people living over here, only they have to volunteer to buy these things, maybe at their own cost, or maybe some kind of policy which we will discuss. Some policy may be taken up to adopt, customize such kind of material which are all readily available in the market, as well as they can be customized based on the need and based on the situation that we can make them. Such kind of things are available with NDRF and some of the National Service Scheme, but thing is, it has to be connected, correlated with the purpose for which it is being used. It is not that send this balloon or such kind of pipe with few people that who are expert enough, but we have to see their performance and effectiveness. For that, we have to take some data, go to the field, not that only send them and it is being placed, we have been said, and it is one sort of, you know, crisis. So let us not take it as a crisis mongering attitude. Rather, we should see that when these are there on the field, placing them there, then not looking at that how much they are functioning well, what are the more development, more customization to be made. That has to bring to the manufacturers and the producer, as well as the decision maker and all those who involved in the flood inundation modeling, as well as, you know, those who implement such kind of devices in the field. In fact, a road should have been inundated, but using aqua dam means these are filled up with water. We don't have to bring special material, just filled up these things with the water. So 2-lane or 3-lane highway or whatever motorway is reduced to 1 way by stopping water. So such kind of things should be, you know, customized to various area in our cities. And in fact, we can store water by carrying this geomembrane hold all kind of things, a balloon, maybe 10 lakh liter of water, 20 lakh liter of water on the riverbed or on the rooftop or on the garden, wherever we want, by putting extra water flood inundated water into this kind of balloon. So now in the last part, there are certain design specifications are available, especially in the river bank area. If who says that we cannot live in the river side? There may be rules and regulation, but when it is when we cannot shift the people, then we have to make some sense or some judgment that what kind of construction has to be made so that they are not affected. So everything is possible. That is why and what kind of facility to be made. These are available in a manual. So flood sucks can be used as I have shown it earlier, that how much water they adopt. This can be purchased. These are available plenty in the market, and we can check at our own household in our own colonies, and how you see that they have saved a shopping mall using this. This cost hardly anything. Anyone can afford to buy this kind of sandbags. And even you see inside the house also, or even placing them here, how they are able to divert the water. So even embankments and other things, such kind of embankments that which are easily motorable over here, and with green cover over this. Not that everywhere this is. So this kind of green cover with plenty of water over here, we can maintain the health of the embankment or such kind of things. So anyway, I would like to show that we make, there are such kind of arrangement which are not, these are vulnerable, they are taken out, so no protections are there, they will be taken away. But, and also we make such kind of retaining wall and other things which are not good enough to take care of. So flood risk hazard mapping cost benefit. Benefits are characterized, of course. Cost are the cost associated with the implementing measures to eliminate or reduce the exposure to hazard. So there are many such statements are being made that what are the reduction measure to be taken, and then finally, I would say that how should we deal with our conflicts over water resources? What Rigveda says, come together, speak in concord, let your mind comprehend alike, let our efforts be united, let our hearts be in agreement, let our minds be united, so that we all live in peace. So let us not make in the name of flood or urban flood another thing. Prepare for the worst, because having a flooded home is no fun. Thank you.
Professor, your last two slides I want you to explain, Professor. They were very interesting. You just jumped them, last two slides, before the Rigveda slide. Previous one, yeah.
Yeah, previous one?
Yeah,
this
previous
one?
to this.
Yeah.
Previous to this, one more slide was there?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Please explain on this. What is it you're saying?
Yeah. Replace interior walls that have cavities with flood-resistant constructions and removable panels to facilitate cleanup and drying. It is all, you know, during that damage reduction measures, how it is to be taken up. So some of the measures are being highlighted over here. So like in the basement area, below grade areas, like in the basement, we have to provide these days, you know, in Hyderabad also last year, many basements are due to the heavy flood. Most of the basement who never thought that there will be so much of inundation, so much of rainfall will be there, they started leaking. So in fact, so below grade materials, you know, if you want to go for waterproof, you may get 50 products in the country at various grade, various kind of things. But what happens that products may be good, their application with the expert handling is not being done. It is being compromised. So that is why no guarantee in there. So we have to see that whenever below grade area means underground area, basement area, parking area, underground parking area, whatever, you know, waterproofing measures are taken, they are being revealed. Even we have seen recently in the Mysore city also, where water level has gone up. So in that case, you know, we have to see that either we have to go for lowering of the groundwater table by making a pumping system, pumping out system. Like when water table has risen up, and instead of going for applying house to house all the below grade area waterproofing agents, we have to see externally that how to reduce the groundwater level by putting an appropriate number of pump, so that it can pump out the water, so that in the entire area that water inundation problem will not be there. It may not be necessary during the rainfall area, but in many places, like in Delhi, water level in some area it is going up, and in some area it is going down. So we have to have some arrangement of these things with arrangement of appropriate number of water pumps. And whenever there are, like in Agartala or even Amravati area, they have used a huge pumping system that if flood occurs within 10 minutes or 20 minutes or 30 minutes of time, they are able to drain out entire water through that heavy duty pump, so that the water doesn't make much of the damage or stall like that. Then permanently relocate high value or sensitive functions that are often found on the ground floor of the hospitals. So in that case, we have to relocate them, or that like offices, records, libraries, and other things to higher floors or elevated additions. So we may so we have to make an appropriate arrangement. Moreover, when an area or property is inundated, then there should be proper arrangement for backflow also. Sewer lines and other things, backflow arrangement also have to be made. So these are all, known by our Public Works Department or sewerage, the Public Health Department or PWD and all people. So most of the cases, stormwater drains and other things, they become, overpowered, and then later on, when water has entered into that, and they do not find much place. So we have to use again appropriately some backflow devices into that. Like rehabilitate and retrofit the building envelope with openings specially designed to allow flood water to flow in and out to minimize hydrostatic pressure on walls, which is called wet flood proofing system. So there are various methods are there, and some of the slides and design methods I have shown, but hurriedly I could show, but manuals are available. So relocate chemicals to storage area not subject to flooding. And in fact, in 2010, 15th November, one of the building in Delhi, Lalita Park building, which has become famous, which collapsed all in a sudden because there was a water has gone into the basement, and there are some stories of some salt into the basement, and that salt has eaten up the concrete that they have and the wall, so it has failed. Later on, investigation has revealed like that. So we have to be very careful about some of the chemicals that they may be harmful to the building and other things. Electric circuits and other things, ground fault, interrupter circuit protection area, all these are to be looked into. And finally, that what I say, when our people, Manrega worker people can do such kind of miracle with 100 days of wages and other things, using such kind of capacity building among them, which doesn't need a skill, only we have to come out and see that let us train our river, reduce their erodibility, so that no silt become problematic enough in leveling our river stream and other things, reducing their capacity. So we have to increase their capacity. In fact, in the country now, several smart cities or big cities, they have purchased this dredging system, including Mumbai, Calcutta. They are increasing the depth of the canal that which carries the sewerage water using a robust, this kind of dredging system that which helps in draining out the water. So there are many ways to increase the capacity of the drainage through the stormwater drain or even natural canals that which are already filled up with lots of sewerage and other things. But now machine is there to take care of such kind of problems also during non-flood situation.
Thank you, Professor Chandan Ghosh. In fact, personally, one of the best presentations, practical presentations I have seen. I should congratulate you on your fantastic presentation. In fact, very practical solutions, doable solutions you have provided. I have raised 3 questions on the chat room. I have requested others also because there's paucity of time. In another 5 minutes, we will have the panel discussion to start off. So, with 2 comments of mine, and the question which I asked was, which many of our engineers also would be eager to know, the flood walls you have spoken about. We would be keen to know, what are there standardized designs for these flood walls in particular area? If this is the amount of water, this should be the design. What is the likely cost? That is one question.
Yeah.
Similarly, I have asked for the geo design barriers. Very interesting. I was very curious to know what will be the time for installation, what will be the cost out over here, and then will it withstand the coastal, if I have to deploy it at cyclones when heavy rainfall and there is going to be sea erosion, can it be deployed there? Can it withstand the wind speeds? Any work has happened on that? So that is the second information. I have also asked on flood walls and geotube availability, which partially you answered out over here. These are my questions, Professor.
Okay.
Very interestingly, you gave another thought to think about, saying that how the civic agency as a unit, ward as a sub-unit, and more importantly, apartments and industrial bodies, whichever are in the flood-prone or low-lying areas, how they can prepare themselves. I would be happy to get a set of items which they should equip themselves. What should the civic agency like Bengaluru have at the agency level? What should be the minimum amount of infrastructure that the ward should have? And what should we advise the apartment owners to possess at their disposal, such that they can take up immediate such kind of measures? So this is my one comment to your presentation, Professor. Similarly, on IEC strategies, you are raised a very important point on IEC, that we need to communicate. Very simple. High value products, protect them first. Chemicals, this one, protected. Electrical installations, protected. So we need to make an IEC chart which we can communicate very profusely among the community, such that they take their own measures to put it up. And the last comment from me is that, as you said, MNREGA is a critical component, a critical player in disaster flood mitigation, at least in the rural areas. I am happy to say that Karnataka is working very closely. KSNDMC, KSDM is very working closely with the RDPR department. In fact, we had a big workshop for all of them to have a template, have a sub-plan, mitigation sub-plan, be it for drought or flood, to do these things. These are the good practices to do. So that is what we have done. This is from my side. We open the session for any questions, or we'll ask Professor Ghosh to answer the queries I had raised.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Manoj Ranjan ji. In fact, all this technique and technology that which are, as I have spoken also very openly, that these are all affordable cost, as well as for that we do not need any kind of design. These are all customized product available in the market. And when you get, like especially for the geo design barriers and other things, some specifications are there depending on the, as you said, when about 3 meter, even 4 meter height of water, which is more than 1 story height of water, can be done, and for that specific design and manuals are there. So only thing is that if in fact if you give say proof of concept is already there in many, like I have shown in Eastern Australia, Queensland, they have adopted in their airport. So and since our airport are also vulnerable, so we can put some on the proof of concept kind of things, some specific study and implementation can be done. And for that, all the materials are available in Indian market. And so in that case, based on that, in fact, in each of these application, I'll be happy to be a part between technology and implementation and government from NIDM side. So in that case, you select the site, whether it is an apartment, whether it is an airport, select the site and we'll be ready within few days of time. With a few days of time, because these are all customized product, and so it is all manufactured in the industry, and those will be brought and they will be put, and it does in few hours of time.
Thank you, Professor. In fact, we will interact more, and this will be one set of recommendations that we will be giving it to the NPDRR. So I thank you as the speaker here. Now permit me to remove the cap of speaker from your head and put a moderator cap to you. I have the Chennai Municipal Commissioner Gagandeep Saab online, as well as our BBMP Chief Commissioner Tushar Girinathan Saab. So I would request you to start the panel discussion. We would request you to moderate, and Professor A.K. Gosain to please chair the session. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you again, and let us, because it is online, so we have got the opportunity to welcome anyone with non-stop. And Professor Gosai, you are a most well-known in this area, and for the urban flood, as well as relating with the underground utility system with the overground measures that being taken up using GIS or even satellite or even photogrammetric measures, especially for the Delhi. So you have been working, sir, very coherently with the Delhi government and various other line agencies of the country, as well as the Delhi government. So you are most welcome, sir, to be as a chair of this session, that what are the issues and challenges in the urban flood, the very theme topic of today's discussion, which is one of the pre-event that to the big event, that National Platform for Disaster Risk Reduction, which is to be held where in 10 and 11 March at Vigyan Bhavan. So this is the one of the last pre-event that we have been able to make online, but we have got participants over here, of course, more than 130. Sir, issues and challenges are very much in synergy to your way of working with the practical problem and giving a solution. So I would request you, sir, to take forward with your initial remarks, and with we have got commissioner from Chennai, Mr. Gagan. Oh yeah, yes. Welcome, sir.
Yes, I am Gagandeep Singh Bedi. I am online.
Okay. Most welcome to this session, and also we can have the Dr. Jian Kasba from Srinagar. He was serving Srinagar municipality with a live experience with 2015 Srinagar flood. And also we have from Tushar Girinath from BBMP. Namaste. All of you are here. So we are expecting.
Namaste to all of you. I am Tushar here, Chief Commissioner BBMP.
Yeah, most welcome. And we are expecting from Hyderabad and as well as Mumbai. Anyone representing, or anyone can raise your hand, or anyone. Then before I switch it over to Professor Gosai. Okay, in between if comes, then we'll let you know. Sir, now it is up to you.
Thank you, Professor Ghosh. And let me, at the outset, thank you for providing this opportunity to really interact with very august body and people who are on the ground and finding solutions to this very important aspect of flooding in the urban areas. I'm very happy to note that I have attended a couple of presentations one by Dr. Manoj Ranjan. And I was really impressed that now we have come to a stage where these technologies, the latest technologies which are available to really address this issue of flooding, they have been deployed on ground. And there are some cities who have taken the lead and they are trying to find solutions, appropriate solutions using these technologies for their own society. That's really very heartening. And I'm also very happy to note that I have fellow panelists who are very experienced and they are doing a very good job. I have met some of them earlier in some of the meetings, and they have been doing very wonderful job in their respective cities. So we'll start with, I'll just use a very little time as possible to really not repeat any of the things which have been done since spotting, though I have not attended all the deliberations. But some of the things which are very important and must be understood. One, that this problem of flooding, we need to use the science. The science base is very important. And that we have been saying for the last almost 10 years since we started working on the Drainage Master Plan of Delhi. And that's the time when we had used the modeling approach to showcase which are the areas in Delhi which will be inundated as per the present contextual situation. After analyzing each drain, what is the catchment area of that drain and how much is the amount of water which is possibly can be generated in that area with respect to some known storm duration or storm, the probability of the storm, whether it's 1 in 5 years, 1 in 10 years. All those exercises were done. And we could also see that what is the carrying capacity of these drains. But one thing which we couldn't do was to get a good handle on what is the present status of the drains. Most of the drains in Delhi, they are full of muck, the solid waste. And also there's another thing which I think many of you might not be knowing, that there was an exercise which was done on the behest of NGT, where we had tried to find out that all the natural drains, first of all, most of the people feel that there are only 22 natural drains in Delhi, which are only the final pour points of these drains into the Yamuna. But each one of these drains have their own network of drains. So if you try to look at the total number of segments of natural drains in Delhi, they are more than 200. So all these natural drains, we try to find out through the NGT whether they are carrying sewage or they are, what is the state of affairs of these drains and under whose jurisdiction those drains come. You will be surprised to know that Delhi has around 11 different departments who have the jurisdiction on these drains. All the stormwater drains, they have been divided into 11 different departments. So that is the first problem. I know that in many other cities it won't be the case, but in most of the metropolitan cities, it might be having a situation where multiple agencies are looking after these drains. So if you are trying to look after these drains with respect to the desilting and other issues, it'll be very difficult if you have so many different departments who are doing the same job, and then when they don't get desilted properly or they don't work properly, then they start pointing fingers on each other. That's the ground reality. So I think basically one issue is that you need to assess your infrastructure, where in this particular case, we are only talking about the drainage infrastructure with respect to the flooding issue, and get a a proper insight into it, what is their present status, only then you can analyze through the modeling efforts that if this drain, this size of the drain is available, how much will be the carrying capacity and how will be the evacuation happening through these drains of the flood water from your landmass. Then the other thing which is equally important is that still we are talking of, in this particular conversation, only the flooding as an issue. I feel personally that now the time has come when the flooding is not a standalone thing. It is interconnected with many other issues, especially taking again the case of Delhi. We cannot talk of flooding unless we talk of the intermixing of the sewage into these flood drains or the storm drains. Since every drain in Delhi is carrying sewage, despite the fact that 45% of the area is still not sewered in Delhi, but remaining 55% of the area, even in those areas, still the sewage is coming into the storm drains. Why? Why that has not been taken care of? And that eats away the carrying capacity of the sewage, because sewage is happening on a daily basis. When the stormwater comes, still that capacity is not available. So you have to ensure that this fallacy is taken care of, and the DGB has to do that in the case of Delhi. Secondly, when we are talking of the flooding, now because of the fact which many other people don't know, in most of the cities, people have lost their street level drains. There's no street level drains left because of various reasons. Now, where the stormwater from their rooftop is going? You'll be surprised to know that in almost every case, the stormwater has been connected into the sewer line. The rooftop water is going to the sewer line. So what happens? The sewer lines are not designed for that, to carry that additional water which is coming through the rainwater from the rooftop. So most of the sewer lines will get surcharged. So when they are getting surcharged, there will be pressure inside, and the manhole will be just out. It'll be just opened under pressure, and most of the areas which are low-lying area, or depending on the design of these the sewerage network, many of the areas will start oozing sewage. So you're not only getting inundated, or they're getting flooded with the storm water, but you are also getting flooded with the sewage, which is more dangerous because you are going to have many of the health issues coming later. So this has to be, that means you need to really look at all your water systems, whether it's the water distribution network, because if the water distribution network is also not behaving properly, they'll be having repercussions in terms of where the water will be going. You have to look at the sewerage network. You have to look at the drainage network, of course. But the solid waste management has also been seen as in conjunction with this issue of flooding. And then I'll go further. I was talking in terms of that presently we have to also see that what is the overall water security of the city. So you have to connect all these issues, these systems, with the water security issue in terms of, we are doing a project for looking at the water security of NCT of Delhi. So we are starting at the Yamuna as a basin. What is going to be the water availability in Yamuna in future under the climate change situation, and how Delhi is going to cope up if there is a reduction in the low flows, then what will happen? So I'm saying that this has to be connected with that. You also have to see how much is the groundwater, which is a local groundwater which you are using. And we don't have a figure on how much is the groundwater which is abstracted from the landmass of Delhi. Same must be true for many other cities. So you have to look at the overall water balance of the city, because I was listening to people that they were saying that we can do more recharge. Yes, it's good. you should do the recharge, but if it's done without knowing that how much recharge is the reasonable and beneficial to the city, you might do over recharge and create some of the waterlogging in some of the areas of the city. That is going to be again more detrimental. So you need to, the time has come when we are talking of the GIS frameworks, we are talking of all the databases. This problem of the flooding has to be integrated with all the other issues which are connected with the water. Then only you'll find the right solution, because we are talking of the recharging, the rejuvenation of the water bodies. We are talking of the rejuvenation of the ecological aspects in the city. All those things are interconnected. So if you really want to have solutions which are good solutions, yes, the modeling will give you a good base where you can check. The good thing with the modeling is that you should be in a position to check what will be the implication of those actions which you are taking, which are mostly, especially the structural measures, because they cannot be undone. You cannot undo those things. So it's always better to go into the simulation mode and see that what will be the implication of your action if you're going to take in the long run. That's very important. At the same time, this generation of information will also be useful. I was listening to people saying that we should have the local stakeholders participate in this whole exercise. Yes, it's a very good mechanism, but unless you have some scenarios created and give them the options that this is what is on the table, which option you will choose. So you have to really empower them with the information that if you do this, this will be the implication. If you do that, this will be the implication. But overall goal is known to all of us. So how to converge all the stakeholders to taking some decisions and then involving them, because ultimately I fully agree that unless the local the stakeholders or the local people in the city, they are willing to participate in taking care of these issues, you cannot implement them, you cannot do everything through the government. So there has to be a very active participation from the local communities. Only then these solutions can be found. I'll stop here because I just wanted to highlight some of these issues, and we'll now go to the panelists, the list of panelists which I have with me, and I'll again urge them to really come out with some such, not repeat things which already have been said or they are being done, but if there is something which is very specific in their city and they want to showcase, which can help the other cities to really use those as lessons and implement some of those things, that'll be very nice. So we'll start with do we have Mr. Tushar Greenath?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, yes. So you are on the first on the list. So please, over to you. And
thank you.
Please address the audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, Professor Gosai has already summarized the problems and solutions. Now it has made my life a bit easier and also difficult as to what to speak. But nobody can disagree that we have to have an integrated system of sewage management and the stormwater management. And the sewage which flows down daily on the daily basis reduces the capacity of the drains, and also in our case it is reducing the capacity of the lakes, because they are finding place in the lake and it is destroying the ecology of our lakes and silting it up. Bangalore has got around 200 and odd lakes. We have very intricate system of lakes, and we do not have any river very close by, and the water is getting pumped from Kaveri, which is around 140 kilometers and around 450 meter head. And this all water, around 60 to 65% is going to the STP. And though we have done a good job to send this wastewater out of Bangalore and give it to other districts, otherwise they would have been further flooding. So it is a good initiative, but still our local micro watershed level of sewage flow and STPs are not in a position to cater to all sewage, and it is finding place. As you know, the urban growth and development is irreversible. We will have more and more concretization of the city centers and areas which are close by, which were earlier taking the water. It was some sort of a sponge available for them to take this water. Now this all water flows at a higher speed and reaching to the drain. So we have to reassess the capacity of our drains, which are called primary and secondary canals, which are traditionally called here as Raj Kalwe. They are all finding place in our revenue maps. Their width, whether it is sufficient at today's rate to take that much intense water, because the climate change is there and concretization is there. So the flow of water is faster. KSNMDC and Indian Institute of Science have done a wonderful job. They are modeling our primary and secondary canals, and very soon we would be in a position to have better system of forecasting and also, weather forecasting, and also the areas which are likely to be inundated. Though we have some information right now, but it is not very real time. They are not testing the models. If we get that, then we will be in a position to tell the people, because ultimately community has to be strengthened. We do not know how much water, how much rain will come. Nowadays, it cannot be predicted. So we have to have, on one side, our physical infrastructure to be upgraded, and also look into the traditional ways of when the maps were drawn around 100 years back, they had taken some width. Over the years, because of designing by us, somewhere it has been reduced, which we are now going back. We have taken the revenue map again as a very sacrosanct thing to do the redesigning and trying to recover back the land to increase the width of the canals. But we have to further see whether these canals will be sufficient to take care of the rapid concretization of the city and also the intense rainfalls which are coming. Secondly, the areas which are developing outside Bangalore, the core Bangalore, the area which have developed outside and made it 4 times bigger city, those areas traditionally do not have very high drainage network. Their network was drawn from the what we call tank irrigation channels. So tank irrigation channel, if you see the lands which are very close to the tank channel, that area has a bigger size of the drain, because now they have been converted into from the irrigation channel to the drain channel. So they are very close to the tank, they are bigger. And as we go down, it becomes smaller. So it is totally reverse of the drainage network. So we have to think of this redesigning drain network and not considering everything sacrosanct. We have been treating everything what is appearing in the revenue maps as the basis for doing everything. But in the outer skirts where the irrigation channels have been converted into drainage, we have to look into that. We have to very closely look into the town and country planning, because when we approve a layout, we are just seeing that this road and adjacent drain meets to some drain. We have not looked into the contour properly. With the result, they are all back flooding. So when we approve a layout, it is very, very important that we take the contours and design it properly and allow the proper exit, because they are done in isolation. Some developer comes, he has 4 acres of land, but the adjacent landowner has not come. And maybe the best way was to go down the undeveloped areas and drain it out from there. So that is again a challenge when we take up the development in piecemeal manner, because we have no other go. Somebody comes at one point of time, somebody else comes at a different point of time. So as we have a master plan for the roads, we have to have a master plan for the drain, and both should be seen in conjunction while approving the layouts and the buildings. Also, as I had been to Chennai and my friend is here, he will tell you that they are doing a lot of work keeping the gardens as it is and minimizing the concretization of footpath. We have also done the same thing in our lakes and around the lakes, and also in the park. We are not doing any concretization so that the water can be to a bit absorbed and allowed to flow out. But I would suggest that the community thing is very, very important, because we will not be able to predict where it will be, striking. Our network may be doing something, but the water may become much more. So this KSNMDC and ISC effort to intimate the people is one very important step, but we will have to organize and increase the capacity building of the community. Now, whether this local flooding, two things I would again try to say, that if the city is receiving water from the outer side, outside the city, from some villages around the city, we should look into its diversion, so that at least it reduces the load on the city, because the urban area gets flooded, larger population would be under stress because of density. Hence, the way to look at it is, when you see the whole city, the entry points, if we are having some nala, etc., can it be diverted directly outside the city? Then it will be reducing a bit of a load. On the other side, whether the localized area which gets flooded very fast, if we have to do that type of thing which Tokyo, etc., is doing, as Professor Gosai was saying, our sewage network is so bad that if we try to put that in a enclosed space with sewage and water, etc., we will have to have tremendous, we have to do a lot of work post flood, I mean post that downpour, to how to take it out from the system. Had it been a very good type of storm water, we would have repeated Tokyo type of thing. But something we have to do, we have to keep on seeing that as it is being taken into some enclosed structure, whether we can filter it out, and later on when we are sending it out, we have to desil the whole area. So I do not know how much it will be practicable, but I appreciate the Chennai thing. They are saying that they will only take it in the open ponds, which is a much better idea, because then we can know it has a natural way of treating and we can have some control. So I think this is from my side, and I will be open to any question, because Bangalore flooding happens and it becomes international news, though we keep on saying that extent was less, but we should be ready to see that it is not repeated. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nath. We'll take, I think, the questions. We have a half an hour for the discussion session. Professor Ghosh, do we want to take the questions side by side, or Professor Ghosh, you are there?
Take it after brief presentation.
I think that'll be better. That'll be better. We'll take all the questions together. There's a lot of time available. One thing I'd like to know one thing, because most of the cities, important cities, are here. There was a time when we were discussing these issues, especially the flooding issue. There was a manual which was made, exercise done by the Ministry of Urban and Urban Affairs and Housing. I was the chairman of the technical committee, which was formulated to help the WEPCOs who had done the exercise. And there we had a lot of discussion, and that what should be put, because most of you understand that when we are talking of flooding, we have to, as a city, we have to design that which flood we are going to cater to. Is it going to be 1 in 2 years, 1 in 5 years, 1 in 10 years? So what is the situation in different cities? For example, Bangalore, what you are looking at, is it which kind of flood you are analyzing? Because we cannot wish away the floods. The flooding has to be there if the rainfall is there, which is beyond that level of rainfall which you have considered for your designs. So, Mr. Nath, you are there?
Professor, this is Manoj, Commissioner, Disaster Management. I was also the Special Commissioner, BBMP for 3 years.
Yes, I was listening to you in the morning. Yes, please. Is there any discussion done at the city level when we are looking at the flooding issue, that what level of rainfall we are trying to design the drainage system for? I think we are lost him. Anyway, we'll discuss these issues again. Yes, you're back. Yeah. Yes, Dr. Anjan. You are muted.
Okay.
I'm sorry, did you call me? I didn't.
No, you were, I think somebody was responding to the question which I had put to Mr. Nath about, as far as Bangalore is concerned, what kind of return period has been considered for Bangalore when you are looking at the flooding issue? Since he was not there, so somebody else was, I thought Dr. Najib was responding. Anyway, we'll come to that later. Let's go to the next panelist, which is Mr. Gagandeep Singh Bedi from Chennai. Over to you, Mr. Bedi.
Thank you, Dr. Hussain, and happy to interact with you. If you remember, we were together in the
I remember.
National the NDMA seminar about a few months back. And thank you, Mr. Tushar, my good friend and batchmate who is heading Bangalore, for all the erudite views that you have given. And also I thank Mr. Manoj, who I'm very fond of. He is a very knowledgeable officer, and we often call him up whenever we also want some inputs pertaining to disaster management. And Professor Ghosh, happy to meet you, and dear friends. Since the time slotted for me is about 10 minutes, I've got a presentation with me, but I will just summarize what I want to say in the beginning without a presentation and then go to the slides. See, I have been Chennai Commissioner for the last almost 2 years, and Chennai is a city which is known for its flooding. And in fact, 2015, the city was under very heavy floods, and the city lost more than 20,000 crores, it is said, economically because of the floods. So the city, in 2021, when I was just new, we had a lot of rains, and the city has mostly the rains in the northeast monsoon season. And we found that there was a lot of flooding, especially, and we were surprised it's there in the core city area. So then the point that all of us in the urban administration should know of is that all cities, bigger cities especially, are vulnerable in their basic core or old city areas, because even if we have got our stormwater drainage system available, but because of increasing urbanization, increasing construction, vertical construction, etc., the water that actually comes in, and because of the weather change, is much higher than the capacity of the stormwater drains. And I'll also like to reply to Dr. Gusan, who said that what is the design, what is the rainfall design with which the stormwater drains are constructed. Let me also tell that earlier the stormwater drains were being constructed to cater to about 40 mm per hour rainfall in this part of the country. But we found that with 40, the rainfall is much heavier many a times. Once in 2 to 3 years, it is much heavier. So now, since the last 2 years in Chennai, we have been designing the drains for 60 or 70 millimeter per hour. That doesn't mean that entire rain, if it flows with that intensity, will all go into the stormwater drain, but it will go off through the stormwater drain in a reasonable amount of time. You can't really design drains more than this with our present funding availability and with the present road width, because then entire road will get converted into a drain. So you have to have an optimum balance between the drain width and the rainfall capacity for which you are doing that exercise. So this is what I would like to tell you. And in fact, we'll be happy if Government of India or NDMA do come up with manuals like this, regional based manuals prescribing. Of course, I believe CPHEO manuals are there, but we will like the manuals to be updated going with the weather changes, etc. Coming back to the system, what I will go into very basic systems. I might repeat, but my practical experience shows, because I have handled Chennai last 2 years, and I was about 2 decades back, I was also Madurai Commissioner for more than 2 years. See, most and important thing which related to what I was telling was that the cities have to go for their basic, number one, go for, when the cities are expanding, go for new stormwater drainage system in the expansion areas, number one. Number two, the thing that I want to tell to this August gathering is the city should also have a relook into its existing core city area, whether the drain is appropriate or not. That is very important. In fact, 2021 lessons, we actually, based on that, the state government actually went for an advisory committee headed by Mr. Tirupugal IAS, who was the advisor to the National Disaster Management Authority, and he's a retired IAS officer. He and our team of all agencies, including National Remote Sensing Agency and our IIT Madras, Anna University, etc., my chief engineers and others, we all sat together. We redesigned the drains, identified those areas where the drains have to be again demolished and new drains have to be set in, which actually will cater to the type of rainfall and which we are having, especially in the congested areas. We did this exercise. The state government actually last year went on a mission mode, because of which in the last year rains, our city was more or less rainfall free. Though we got almost the same level of rainfall, which was a successful model. In fact, our chief minister himself came to the city corporation to honor our engineers, etc., who had gone into this process. The first issue. Second issue is very important, that which we all always forget. It's part of your exercise, part of the agenda notes which you have also written is the desilting of the drains. Now, desilting of the drains, I'll categorize it into two categories. The commissioners and all the administrators do forget that they only go for capital works, but the desilting is something that is not really looked into. We have actually gone into the desilting exercise in a big way. City used to go for desilting for about a month or 2 months before the rainfalls. For example, sir, you were telling about Delhi. So it's suppose the rainfall is expected in June. So you do it, say, April and May. So similar thing was being done in Northeast monsoon in Chennai. But now last year we did it 5 months exercise, and that proved to be helpful. Stormwater drain number one. Number two is the open drains. My friend Bangalore commissioner was telling about the Raj Nalas system. Yes, open drains also have to be desilted. And it's very important for the urban cities, especially the metropolitan cities, to have specialized machinery for that. I'll show you in my slide, last 5 minutes, a few machinery. For example, we have got floating amphibian vehicles, which are JCBs floating on the waterways, which do have water as well as sewage water also, because city is not having all sewage going into only the stormwater in the sewage system. We have amphibians which desilt and remove water hyacinth. We have got robotic excavators with us. We don't have many. Each excavator will be costing some 7, 8, 9, 10 crores. But we keep on desilting such big drains of all the slush. And this is a very important exercise we do. Of course, third exercise is constant encroachment and removal to remove to and take care of the waterways. Fourth exercise is the rejuvenation of the water bodies across the cities. And fifth point, which I will refer to, is the concept of sponge cities, sponge parks. Like GCC has taken a decision that all our parks, every year we get OSR lands when the layouts are being made. We do not, we have said there'll be no filling up of the land for creation of a park. The park will be created in whatever state it is. The pathways for the people to walk on will be interlocking tiles without cementing, so that the water percolates in it. In the end, preferably there should be a pond, sponge pond, where the water will go and flow into and be there for it will be good for the park, it will be good for the borewells in the locality also. So we are also pushing for sponge ponds. Many of the stormwater drains in the extension areas where we don't have sewage mixing into the drains are going into the ponds, which are acting as sponge ponds rather than going into the sea. So with this, maybe I'll just share the one of my slide if just to, I hope my screen is visible, Dr. Gosen.
Yeah, it's coming. Yeah, it's there.
I'll not go into the basic details, but I'll just go into the issues. Of course, Chennai is a population present. We have about 85 lakh population. And we have stormwater drains to the tune of the last about 2,600 kilometers length. And mind you that almost 600 to 700 kilometers we have put in the last 1 year itself. The very river basins, city has been expanded. I'll not go much. I'll just come to the basic issues which I wish to tell. Of course, this was the state of the condition in 2021. All the core cities were having water like this for 1 week, 10 days, etc. 2015 was very bad, of course. Then when the entire rivers had actually come into the city. So, okay, and this our CM had been seeing. So thereafter, actually, the CM was also earlier the mayor of Chennai. So he took a lot of interest and gave us a lot of funds. So the same things which I have told. One, we put up an advisory committee meeting, committee which gave us the type design of where the stormwater drains have to be constructed afresh, especially in the core city areas. We also had new drains coming up in all the expansion area because city has been expanded once in 3-4 years. Then the focus on desilting, removing of encroachments, an integrated command and control center, restoration of water bodies, which I have already mentioned. This is of course the advisory committee. We gave funds for the stormwater drains. I'll not go into the statistics for that. But because of this, this was our left side was our corporation office building also, which used to get flooded year after year, which was dry. Because here we put the localized what Mr. Tushar was telling in Tokyo, we have the huge underwater pumps. So in actually in corporation office, it's a lower lying area, all around it's high. So we put some 15 to 16 lakh liter sumps over there, and we then put that to giant motors which we pump into the stormwater drains. So we preserve the water over there the other times also. Of course, lot of focus on desilting. Now, desilting also I like to mention over here because I believe a lot of other urban local bodies are there. You know, now these are our stormwater drains which are being desilted. What the city has done is just like MG Narega, which is there in the rural area. In the cities, the Tamil Nadu government has also got urban wage employment scheme similar model where we provide employment for manual desilting. You cannot really go into the stormwater drain manually because somewhere there will be some sewage and that will be against the high court rulings, etc. So we have to do the desilting from the top of the manhole. Manholes also, the distance we have taken in principal decision to put instead of 10 meter, which was there earlier, to 5 meter each. This is in principal decision so that the stormwater drain can be desilted by using manuals and long shovels over there. Okay, and now this is what we did for the bigger canals. Bigger canals we desilted, we lined it, and then we also used, this is a floating amphibian machine which goes into, floats on the water and clears off the slush. We do it very religious exercise throughout the year. We keep on cleaning our bigger canals, and this machinery I think was bought from Switzerland. We have got many such machineries over there for our canals. There's a lot of water hyacinth also coming over there because sewage gets mixed. Again, if you see in the left side, there's a smaller water amphibian machine which clears it and then makes it clean, like the photo on the right side. This is something we have in our smaller canal. This is a robotic excavator. All its 4 legs can go up like a spider, and this we have got 4 such machines which we keep on removing the slush across the city. It's a very important exercise, mind you. All theoretical talk goes in vain unless you do this sort of a proper draining throughout the year across the cities. Then only we'll have city to be flood free. We also have this sort of super sucker machines. I think we in Mumbai are having quite a large number of them, which we use to clean the stormwater drains underneath all the crossings and culverts. Because over there you can't really go to there are no manholes across bigger road crossings. So we use this to clear the stormwater drains across. This is an important exercise. Of course, then this of course trash booms put to clear, and then we clear it. We have also been doing this exercise of clearing all the subway wells. We have got about 16 of corporation subways and another 15-20 of other state highways. We keep on cleaning them throughout the year so that during the rainy season, the subway wells, they are free of silt and water gets pumped out easily. Of course, we have been doing encroachment eviction and putting walls. If you see the one with the arm is our chief secretary. We have put walls like in the backside all across our waterways, major waterways, so that encroachments do not come on the waterways. A lot of this exercise has been done in the last 2 years actually. We have got an integrated command and control center wherein we monitor all the areas through cameras and live views we get, and sensors are there which put red indicators across the road. Okay, I think I'm finishing. Lot of snow. We have been focusing on the water. These are the water bodies which we have focused left and right. We have developed 178 in the last 4 years. Actually, that has been a good exercise for storing the water. The last is the Sponge City initiative, which I have already mentioned about that. We have been focusing on the parks being sponge parks and lakes acting as sponge lakes. That is we have just initiated this aspect in the last 1 year. We have to go a long way in that, but that is our vision over here. So I think with this, and we have been putting this sort of eco blocks to store the water, to get the water get filtered into the stormwater drain, and where there is no sewage, get filtered and fill up the temple tanks on the right side. We have put it across 3 or 4 tanks. We will like this exercise to be further done in the coming years also by us. I think that these are all my thoughts, and I will like to thank you, and of course I am also open if there are later on any questions. I am willing to answer to that also. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Bedi, for sharing your experiences, and I think many of these good practices, I'm expecting that will be picked up by many other cities, because this kind of interaction is very good from the angle that many a time we think that some of the things are not possible, cannot be done. But when you see that somebody is doing it in one of the cities, then there is encouragement. But I'm sure that this will happen. Let's move on to the next panelist. Do we have Mr. Rajesh Navekar from Mumbai? She has joined. Otherwise, what about Mr. Lokesh Kumar from Hyderabad? No, I think they have not joined us.
Professor, I have a question to Mr. Bedi from Chennai. Can I ask it now or afterwards?
No, if you are not in a hurry, then we have only one more present.
I'm available. Yeah.
Fine. Then let's go to Dr. G.N. Sabha from Srinagar. And after that, we'll then open the house to the interaction and question answer. Yes, Dr. Kasaba.
Very good afternoon, Professor Gosan, and I think this is our second interaction we had some time back. Thankful to Dr. Ghosh and Karnataka Municipal Corporation and the learned speakers we had. And I would just pick up from the one sentence of A.K. Gosan. You said we have to understand what are the scenarios we are looking at. What is the flood-like situation we are looking at? Now, it is a matter of routine in the hilly areas, especially Jammu Kashmir, more so the Kashmir Valley. We have these regular deviations from the normal rainfall, quite popular, and I think we encounter these quite often. Now, as for the flood of 2014 was concerned, we had about 500% deviation from the normal rainfall. And that's why the entire city center, about 70% of the new city of Srinagar, including all the government offices, critical hospitals, just one hospital was left without flooding. That was Shri Kashmir Medical Institute. All the critical infrastructure was underwater. So that was something like we had a flooding up from 4 feet to 16 feet level. And in that very situation, we cannot expect the normal stormwater drains to perform when the even flood channel, which is as big a river, which is about 60 feet wide, it had bursted. Jhelum, which flows across the Srinagar city, had bursted at many places. So this brought, it did not happen at one place, it happened at many places around the Srinagar city, more so in the south part of the Srinagar city. And this type of flood was last time encountered. There is a history. It's about 1903 or 906. And it is said that the flood water stayed in the Srinagar city for over 6 months. It did not come out. Now, as for the present situation is concerned, now we'll have to be prepared because the climate change is more or less a real situation now. It used to be said about it that it may happen or it may not happen, but we have seen all over the world, more so in our own country, that floods are getting now new normal. So I would like to lay more emphasis that experts like you and other municipal corporations who do not have a vulnerability as bad as Srinagar city and the Kashmir Valley as such, even the Jammu city as such. We would like to be more emphasis on the resilience. Resilience in the sense that we need to look at new structures, new hospitals, critical infrastructure. We should, the master plan should be superimposed with the flood plan. That what was the experience last time in the flood, new critical infrastructure more or less should be avoided if possible. Second thing would be that regular, as most of the learned speakers mentioned, regular desilting of the this flood channel and the Jhelum has to be done, and that is being done in a more or less on a regular basis. And as for the structures are concerned, those have to be concrete. Earlier, we used to lay more emphasis on mud structures because we have to also the worst sort of a winter months. Now we have seen most of the mud structures, boundary walls collapsed. That was something very worst thing to happen. And another important is while we are doing the normal work after the floods, because you can't have the normal vehicles moving on. People take a route either in a boat or in some high rise vehicles. We need to have the borderline posts. Many people went outside the road and we had casualties also. We need to have the mapping of the sewage and drainage lines because some people got into the drainage lines and there were unfortunately some fatalities also because of that. And as for the critical infrastructure is concerned, that we should always have a standby arrangement as for relocation of the patients is concerned, critical care patients is concerned, and we need to, and in fact we have made some beginning for having floating ambulances to take critically sick people from the hospitals. We cannot change all the hospitals. About 80% of the hospitals are in area which was under flood of more than 10 feet. And as for the critical structures are concerned, like hospitals, we should have ground level floors. We should not have the patient wards. We should not have X-rays or any other diagnostic facilities. Now, as for the connectivity is concerned, and we could not have any mobile phones for a long time, and most of the telecom operators had the infrastructure which was in the ground floor, and that is being looked at. And another important point as for the city like Srinagar is concerned, that under normal circumstances, a bowl-like structure. It is being serviced by about 76 dewatering stations, permanent dewatering stations. And what was the first casualty was these dewatering stations. Now, over a period of years, say 4 or 5 years, now the level of this dewatering station has been raised to the highest flood level. That is something to happen. And another important, as for the outflows of these dewatering stations, I'm not updated on the present scenario, but we should not have the outflow towards the Jhelum, which bursts, or towards the flood channel. It has to be always away from that, because even before the submergence takes place, reverse flow takes place. And these are some of the areas. And for normal floods, as Professor Gosen said, status of the drains is very important. We need technology for drain busting, drain cleaning. Then what I feel is most important is raising the level of these bunds around the Srinagar city, at least for 20 kilometers. It would at least save the bund, and we should make it that breach proof, that these breaches should not occur. All these things once taken care, then another important happens. We should do a regular exercise on carcass management, because when this sort of flood occurs, this sort of scenario occurs, we have huge catchability of animals, and all large and small animals. And municipal corporations have to be trained to pick up swollen animals. Even a cow looks like a elephant. And the removal of those carcasses and its disposal is very important. And important point which happens is any post restoration work. We see that there is a lot of foul smell. It's unbearable. I tell you, we may show all the photographs here, there, but I can understand once you go into the area where food grains, where domestic stuff, where these food grain storages, all sorts of biodegradable material, which is thrown out by the people on the roads. It is unbearable. You need a order control mechanisms for that. And another important is that every city should prepare with a potable water units, which could be installed at least in the relief camps, because we had in Srinagar a problem of safe potable water. And another important point which I would like to mention, that we need to have documentaries on the different floods and how those were handled. And it was suggested by Professor Ghosh some time back when I made a presentation at their New Delhi office. And we should have documentaries so that we keep on learning. There is no finality on techniques or on foolproof mechanisms. We should keep on learning and learn from the good practices of other cities, and that's how things should go on. I believe science should guide us, as Professor Gosen always emphasizes. That should be the benchmark. Thank you. Thank you much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Kasba, for your insights into the Srinagar case and sharing with all of us. I don't see Professor Ghosh, you are there? So should we open the now for discussion?
Yeah,
we
can
take over.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Dr. Rajan, I had stopped him. I think he wanted a question to be posed to Mr. Bedi.
Yeah, I thank you, Professor. I want to see whether Mr. Bedi is there, because I want to.
Yeah, he's there.
Yeah, he was held up another meeting. He came up here.
He's there. I can see him.
Yeah.
Please go ahead with your question.
Yeah, sir. In fact, you are a legend as far as disaster management is concerned in Tamil Nadu, sir. Whenever I speak to Tamil Nadu officers or outside, they talk about the way you mobilize teams and handle. So congratulations to you, sir. Wonderful presentation, sir, on resilient Chennai, sir. My question is very focused thing, sir. In fact, you spoke on a lot of things here. I never saw how you are getting citizen participation into flood management, sir. What I'm meaning here is that apartment as a unit, gated community as a unit also has a responsibility to handle disasters or flood related mitigation work at their level, sir. How are you going to draw them, or how can you pull their support into the flood management? Point one, sir. The second question is, you laid super emphasis on the periodic maintenance of drains, desilting, open drains, desilting stormwater manholes out over here. Where are you getting the budget from, sir? Is it from your city corporation budget, or are you getting it from the SDRF funding, capacity building and mitigation related stuff? I want to know on these two things, sir, from you.
Thank you so much. Citizen participation, we are getting through broadly two ways. One, we have got the elected councillors are there. It's very important to keep the councillors informed, and we emphasize on all the layout of the drains to be known to them, and it helps us because the new digging, etc., they assist us in getting the utilities also shifted then and there. That is one. Second issue is that we also, based on the citizens' feedback, actually, I am not saying for theoretical base, when we were actually doing, we designed all our drains through our engineers, then we got the levels checked up. We gave that to major drain networks. We actually gave it to IIT Madras and got the simulation of modeling done, how the drain will go with this sort of rainfall, etc. After all the layouts were made, we actually shared where the situation was critical. Not every place, but we shared it with the resident welfare association. This is how the new drains will come. This is how they will drain off too. In some of the places, of course, we got feedback from the citizens that if the water, if suppose there are two and there is a choice between the water going to channel A or channel B ultimately. So we had put that to channel A, and the citizens felt let it go to channel B, there it will go faster, etc. We got the flood models also done through IIT for that, and we found what they were selling was correct. So that's how we have been able to use the citizens' feedback also for our modeling system. We can do better. This is what I will say at this point of time. So this is my response to your first issue. The second is the budget. For O&M, that is operation and maintenance, so regular desilting, the GCC cannot depend upon any schemes of government of India or state government. GCC has to put in its own budget for that. For a city like Chennai, we had earmarked about 70 crores last year. Of course, out of that, about 30 crore was in one of our Asian Development Bank funded schemes, where one particular project itself we had posed and got the loan for desilting of the entire outer system. But core area desilting, we have to depend on our own internal generated money only, and there is no alternative for that. But this is a money well spent if it is properly monitored, because you don't monitor that properly, this can also be wasted away also, and it may not be a good quality work also. So, but we have to depend on our own internal sources broadly.
So two sub questions, if the chairman permits me, to the same question.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. Sir, citizen participation, what I meant was that, sir, for example, if you take Bangalore case, if you have to give them a power connection, we say you should have a solar pump, solar heater over there, then we will give you electricity connection. We will say if you are so-and-so size here, you should have an STP, you should have rainwater harvesting. These are certain mandates which we do, sir. So what I meant was, for apartment complexes as well as gated communities, can we mandate that for disaster resilience, you should have so many equipments, a big motorized pump? Those mandates can we give for getting their participation also during the flood management? That was my question, sir. So second one is, sir, very rightly which I wanted to focus was, the city corporation fund 70 crores, 100 crores would nowhere be sufficient, sir. Because if you're talking about remodeling of drains, remodeling of drains is going to be a huge expenditure, sir. So there is provisions under the 15th Finance Commission, exclusively under the NDMF funding of certain cities, as well as with the state funds, there is amount which is there, sir, that can be made use, sir. I wanted everybody to understand that scope that is available, sir. I'm asking an extra question, sir. Have you done vulnerability assessment, a proper vulnerability assessment of the stormwater drains, drainages, Chennai lower flying areas? If yes, who has done it, sir? We would want that help for Bangalore also, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I think I understood what you are saying is that where there are multi-story flats, etc., have we put the onus of water disaster management to the gated communities and the flats, etc., or not? I perhaps feel that over here, my friend from Bangalore may be doing better, because in Chennai, broadly, it's the corporation. In fact, we have got 600 mega pumps, some of them 100 HP pumps also, submersible motors, which we actually decentralize to our engineers. And we know we may not have such a nice vulnerability mapping, just combining to your second answer, as you may anticipate. But yes, we have done the vulnerability mapping of the entire city. One GCC engineers had done. It has also been toned up by our advisory committee headed by Mr. Tirupugal. But further, it's not as good as which we will feel. So, but the point is, broadly speaking, I know that if rainfall of more than 100 mm is going to come, which areas are going to flood. So we have got our motors with our assistant engineers who are in charge of each ward, who will take over there. We give them diesel to pump out in from the saucer shaped areas, etc. We have really not made the individual residential associations responsible for pumping out the water. One, because their water comes to our stormwater drains. We don't have that sort of an acute problem where multiple areas do get flooded. Wherever they do get flooded, they do it on their own itself. We don't have a Bangalore sort of an issue at this point of time, but we may in future make the responsibility of gated communities to take care of their own water through their own water supply motors also. We can do that actually, but right now we have not done. And the second issue, just responding to you, is that you have said that cities like Chennai, Mumbai, Hyderabad, etc., are going to be allocated rupees 100 crore each year under 15th Finance Commission. Yes, we are happy to know, but I like to comment at this point of time also, since NIDM is also there. We should have got it from 2021 onwards. We are actually now in 2023. We have not got the money. We sent some proposals last year. It was held. Then the guidelines were being prepared where Dr. Gusan and we all also attended. Guidelines have come now. I have now sent my proposals for 100 crore. If I get over there, I'll feel I'm happy for that. But for bigger cities like Chennai, Hyderabad, Mumbai, Delhi, etc., 100 crore is definitely not sufficient. At this point of time in Chennai, I am doing flood stormwater drainage systems, wherein I spend at least 1,000 to 2,000 crore rupees a year. So that's the sort of money that cities want. So this is little less, but whatever if it is there, if it comes to us, we will be very happy and grateful.
Thank you, sir.
So thank you for this presentation. In fact, question answers also started, and very well it is being answered, not only for answer's sake, but in future, what are the avenues and what are the issues that to be taken up, especially the funding that compared to tier 2, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 cities. Also, one question came up, and EMA can issue guideline for tier 2, tier 3 cities. I think this guideline has to come, although using the 15th Finance Commission fund, as rightly said, that it is going to come up now as guideline has been issued, because it is a huge amount that 1,50,000 crore for next 5 years, starting from 2001. So every state in the country, according to population and problem, Ministry of Home Affairs, Disaster Management Department, they used to allocate this fund. I think list is available in the ministry website that which state, I think Karnataka has got a big share, Maharashtra also. But now, of course, we can see that as it can be modulated to that extent as far as fund is concerned. And also what I have noted just briefly, I would like to highlight over here that like rainwater harvesting, once upon a time in Chennai, it was a very well taken up before, of course, 2015, even individual housing also, and they have got the accolade for taking up this measure. But 2015, too much of rainfall that has got many of the things into troublesome stage. So rainwater harvesting part, even in Delhi also in 2004-5, it was taken up through CGWB, Central Water Groundwater Board, and with their guideline. But individual housing scheme is not always maintainable. So I would like to throw the question as well as measures that when a city is being mapped by even LiDAR survey is being done, when millimeter level of accuracy is possible. So now rainwater harvesting, rather instead of whatever drains are there, whatever drain system are there, desilting has been done. So wherever say sump or pond is being done, so that area to be given more importance, bringing all the water, rainwater to a lower level or creating a sump and then drain it out seems to be more rational one in big cities like Chennai or Delhi itself. So I would like to say that from the panelist, that what is your say about this?
I think before we, that is a very nice question, in the sense that when you are looking at the rainwater harvesting, what we have found in Delhi, that you are making every citizen first to invest money in the rainwater harvesting structure. And then unless that is maintained properly, it'll be choking down in a year or two. So nothing happens after that. After 2 years, it's defunct and there is no action. Only for namesake you are having that rainwater harvesting to so many structures. On the contrary, what we had given, and which has also been mentioned by some other cities, that in areas which are still not built up areas, they are natural areas. We have thousands of parks in Delhi. So we had suggested that the rooftop water which is presently going into the sewer lines, from each locality, it can be taken to the nearby park, and you can depress that park only by 1 foot. By depressing it by 1 foot, you can create a pool of water which will be vanishing in 1 day. So by the next day, you will have no water there. And that is the rainwater harvesting, which is at no cost to anybody, is free of cost, and is more effective than doing the rainwater harvesting at the individual level. But all this also has to be seen, that overall what will be the impact, how much of water level, groundwater table will be coming up, and you have to be careful about using your sensors, that you are not overdoing things which have to be put under control. So I think both the things are important. You have to have mechanism which is available now. The sensors are very cheap. You can install those sensors, and all your plans should be very well documented and very well directed, and that should be managed properly.
Okay.
What is the level of extent of actions to be taken, and which will vary from city to city. But one thing I think which I wanted to mention, which is a takeaway from Mr. Bedi's talk, I was very happy to note that they have decided in Chennai to reduce the gap between the manholes for doing the desilting to 5 meters. Usually in most of the cities, these stormwater drains were not supposed to be covered, in the sense that they were supposed to be covered with the temporary covers, the slabs, which is not happening in most of the cities. People want to have a permanent cover. And I have seen in Delhi, there are drains which are kilometers long and they don't have any manhole. Now, how they are going to desilt that drain? That is a major issue. So we have been raising that issue, but by even reducing the gap, that's good. You can do the manual cleaning. But in other cities where the gap is not reduced, if you have done a desilting at all those manholes in patches, so you're not done effectively, is a wastage of money. Whatever you have done is of no use, because overall the cleaning has not been done and the effectiveness is not there. So the purpose of doing the desilting is lost. That has to be kept in mind, and I think the other cities should see from this angle, because everywhere the payment is made to the contractor on the basis of the muck coming out, volume based. That is not the idea. You have to change your objective in terms of giving the payment with the effectiveness of the cleaning, that through and through there is no nothing, no blockage, and only then the payment should be made. So you should use your various techniques which are available now to ensure that this effectiveness is in place. Thank you.
Okay. Now I would like to show this one, like this kind of material.
Dr. Ghosh, I will like to just one response. Sorry, I have been, as Corporation Commissioner, you keep on getting calls, and I wanted to attend this meeting because all of you are there, and my batchmate Tushar is there, and Dr. Manoj. One issue, sir, Dr. Gusain sir, since you are from IIT Delhi, I would like to mention that wherever the stormwater drains are constructed, especially the covered stormwater drains, like in Chennai, I'm sure this sort of drains are there in Delhi and other places. We have reduced the manhole distance to 5 meters so that you sit on the top, and with long chute with the shovels, you can actually clean it up from the top without going inside. But sir, like unlike the sewage system where you have this bandicoots and robotic machines going inside and cleaning up, stormwater drains have this silt which gets stuck, this mud and silt which gets stuck in the stormwater drain, which small robotic machines cannot clear. So human intervention is actually required. So I have always posed this issue to various or in the educationists, engineering agencies, as well as eminent educationists like you, that we cities like Chennai will wish to buy machines if there are new machines, small machines which can go into a stormwater drain, which are which is 5 feet into 5 feet into 5 feet size, which can go inside manhole by manhole, clear off the slush and cull it out of the next manhole, etc. This is something we feel frustrated every time. Manholes that we have to laborers, they don't put gloves. We get criticized. These people are handling the slush even from the top of the, if there is some sewage mix into that. This is something where we want intervention from the educational institutions and from Government of India also. This is something that we like to pose as an issue for this August forum to deliberate upon. Thank you.
Yeah, you're right. I think there are equipments which are becoming available more and more. But as far as the checking of the continuity is concerned, there are robots which are available now, which can go inside and at least travel and see that whether the blockage is removed or not. So that is happening, that people are using in many places. But you also have to understand that there was a time when the storm drains were being designed. Each manhole, the bell mouth, used to have a silt trap, which we have done with. We don't have the silt traps anymore. So had you got the silt traps, your problem would have been reduced to half the problem than what is now.
Yes, sir. I will just like to quickly say silt catch pits do have silt traps before the entry on the side of the stormwater drain. But sir, silt traps do not really keep the stormwater drain totally clean of silt, because
No, it's not possible.
Yes,
you're right. I mean, the extent will be less. It won't be silted to a level that where you have lost the capacity of around up to 60%.
Yes.
But it will be less, but still you have to have a mechanism to really remove that silt, which will be still finding its path into the drain.
Thank you.
Okay. In fact, I would like to show this one, that this kind of material, that what you can see, even this material that I'm showing, these are all, many practices are being done to replenish this, get the silt trap on the below the manhole itself, so that it can be taken up. When it blocked, just take it, wash it and place it there. This kind of things are, and these are the geotextile that which are available, plenty of them. And these are very simple to install and very easy to clean them. And then in that case, we will be able to clean the silt, clean the silt from the source itself. Only thing is that maintenance staff have to be kept on vigil, that where they are getting clogged, and take it out, clean it in water and place it there itself. So there are many sophisticated designs available, and some of them you can see here. And instead of keeping inside, it can be overground, it can be taken up, so that the drain itself, where we are spending so much in cleaning them, desilting them, putting heavy machinery, then we can also take such kind of small measures which can be taken up by any of the civic staff or even community, even the resident welfare people. Everyone can take up such kind of measures, which is very easy in any campus or any of the locality. So this is one thing that we would like to see, that we have to take the things very simple manner, which doesn't cost anything, but easily silt can be removed from the source itself, time to time, frequently, wherever water, say silt is there. Okay, so now let me see that some of the points that being taken up. One is about the budget, which we have discussed, and then also design of the drain for higher capacity, like 60, 70, rather than earlier it used to be 25 millimeter per hour rains, and now depending on that, some of the lessons that we have learned, that designing the drain in the bigger corporation, that even 50, 60 millimeter per hour, the cost that involved and the kind of difficulties that being faced by the public while installing such kind of drain, I would like to have a few of the comments from the panelists on this aspect.
Dr. Kasaba is raising his hand.
Yeah, please.
Thank you. In fact, about this cleaning of stormwater drains, we did an experiment in Srinagar. Not the ones not the bigger ones which the Commissioner Chennai mentioned. We used fire brigade high pressure pumps for cleaning the stormwater drain one point to another point. That a person goes inside, but he has not to travel inside the drain, but he remains standing and flushes that high pressure water. And we got some success in that. Fire brigade pumps which have high pressure, and we used then we put it on a one tanker also, so that water is also available and the tanker moves from one locality to another, and that we had some success with that.
Okay, thank you. And then, of course, Dr. Kasba has discussed about the animal carcass and food grains, and there are many control mechanisms are involved.
Water control also.
Water control also, and also potable water supply especially. And then the most important aspect that you have highlighted, the documentary, which I have shared with everyone over here, the documentary that you have made based on your experience and overall the purpose, the documentary of the situations that which is being faced. Of course, these days it can be done easily, even without much expenditure. So now one thing is that lots of things are taken up by the citizen themselves, taking the video, putting them in the social media as much as possible as it is. What do you think that should there be some kind of protocol or control mechanism over here, taking the video and just putting it online, vivid to the public? Which side of this you would like to highlight? That is it is a democratic exercise, or there should be some not restriction, or rather some kind of protocol along with a proper documentary that Dr. Kasba that you have made?
The question is to me?
To panelists, all the panelists.
Yes. Let the other learned panelists also take a call on this. Professor Ghosh, could you make it specific?
Specific means like documentary part that you have done, which I have highlighted, and many such documentaries are made by even many of the agencies itself. So what are the protocol or to be followed? Like citizen, they have got the right, democratic right to put all kinds of grim situation and scenario, which is one hand, of course, awareing the people, awareing the civic agencies to take appropriate action. But on the other side, posting them directly, just vividly online, live to everyone in the internet. Then I would like to see that what aspects is more important, especially in this area, putting them everything directly because we have all mobile phone and everything, or there should be some restrictions or control and protocol with a certain brief that which you have highlighted in your documentary. Whatever is the better aspect, or it is in a documentary like we have made.
I think what's most important, I talk about a scenario when the people have been in great distress and their privacy has to be respected. And some respectable people, some chief secretary level officers have been sitting on the roadside, and it won't be proper to take photographs of respectable people in the distress conditions. That's why there was a general instruction from my side that nobody in the distress, you should not take a photograph. Second thing is that most of the photography could be done during the night time, because in such operations where relief rescue measures are taking place, you can take representative shots during the off time, I mean, so during the night time or during the evening time. Another most important point is, which I would emphasize, is all the efforts by any government or any civic body are done for the satisfaction of the citizens. We should take on their views in a very supporting manner. Criticism should be encouraged, and that helps in mid-course correction. And in my documentary, we have taken care of that. Even Armed Forces GOC 15 Corps, who acknowledges the efforts of the Srinagar Municipal Corporation, and also the citizens, not the government officials, but the doctors and the lawyers and the volunteers should be allowed to express their opinions and freely, and that's the right feedback, and that also helps in the course correction. But we have to always avoid, while patients are being shifted from one hospital to another hospital, or they are being rescued, we should avoid, especially the women, we should avoid filming that time. Thank you much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Kasba. And Dr. Ranjan, you raised your hand. You have. Oh, your audio.
To that question of yours, I would say that you can look at it from two sides. One is have an active participatory governance, citizen participation. When they understand what are the problems, everybody is equally responsible, what the government can do. So that is the way one has to feed the population rather than putting any kind of restriction on these things. That is number one. Number two, also, we must see that if you look at sensationalizing things out over here, in fact, Bengaluru with an 800 odd square kilometers of area, 2-3 areas of flooding, it became big news. All right. So that also has to happen when the citizens are aware about what is happening, how it is, who's responsible. So that is what I would give. If you permit me, I've got some 5-6 points which I have noted down because we are just ending another few minutes here. I thought I'll highlight some points which I had noted such that it will make it easy for you, because whatever came out in the morning 5-6 presentations and the panel discussions out over here, you are supposed to sum it up and give it here. So I've made certain points. If any other persons wants to ask questions, they can ask, then I can speak at the last. I can see 2 suggestions coming up from Krishna Gaura. He's making a very valid point that the SWD, when it runs through thickly populated areas, you must have a clear mechanism of the vehicle movement and so on and so forth. If anybody else has any other questions, also you can put it in the chat box. So if the panel discussion per se is over, I will take over. We'll ask the chairman to say if he's got any other final words, then I will try to sum up what I understood in this day.
I think we have had all the questions being asked by various participants. And I was thinking that Professor Ghosh is trying to use this because I saw that program, and Professor Ghosh was to sum up this particular panel discussion. So I'll ask Professor Ghosh to really give his views, the final summing up, what points he has noted down, and then if Dr. Rajan, the points which he is saying, if there are some missing points, then you can add to those points. Yes, Professor Ghosh, over to you.
What we have seen that we have seen three corporations especially, and also today's presentation by three eminent experts, and as well as three panelists, including you, have given the perspective that taken up, especially in the case of Mumbai, Srinagar, and Chennai, and the effort that taken up by Chennai, along with many things, desilting. In fact, desilting is being done with a heavy machinery and with amphibious kind of system where it can go and it can clean. So and sponge pond that being created. So Mr. Bedi has mentioned about how they are cleaning the lake and desilting and heavy duty pump and all these things that they have been arranging, and also the kind of fund and mechanism that they have been devising along with the ADB fund that they have been using. Of course, in one side, there is a huge fund is required for controlling or making drainage system, stormwater drainage system for the big cities like Chennai, Mumbai, or Bangalore, Calcutta, Delhi. But on the other hand, some of the measures taken up, especially whenever there is a huge flood water, which is going beyond all records and everything, then incorporation of some of the measures like as Mr. Bedi has mentioned about installing several movable or immovable water pumps, because they have already identified, and then drain them or pump them out all the water so that water inundation become reduced. So that part, that way, I would say that there are, after 2015 Chennai flood, that it is Chennai Corporation has taken a giant step in making some arrangement, both overground and underground, and creating a sort of mechanism where nature as well as technical specifications that or installations, even reducing the drain length so that easy desilting can be done. So this is one part. And for the Srinagar, of course, it is already we have discussed over here, and it is beautifully presented by Dr. Kasba in his video that which is a documentary which we have discussed a little while ago, and about the measures that being taken up and further points that Dr. Manoj Ranjan, who is ready for giving his summary from his side.
Yes. Only one thing I think I'd like to add here, that during the discussion, we also pointed out that since the flooding is connected with the level of rainfall, so it's important for every city to decide that what is the extent of rainfall which they are designing their system for, and then accordingly make it an information available to the public that these are the areas which will be inundated if the rainfall is more than this, and for how long they will be inundated, so that the situations of the kind that when people see the flooding and then they start blaming the municipality, that shouldn't happen. So that is the part of the information information dissemination and involving the public, that this much with the present situation of the designs, this much inundation at these locations may happen if the rainfall is beyond that. That will be a good addition to the points which you would like to communicate. Now we can go to Mr. Dr.
In fact, sir, I'll take 2 minutes time here just to show an animated video. Just now I'm sharing it. Animated video, just in order to take your deliberation just now what you said. I'm showing it, which is shown over here. Is the sound coming there?
No sound is there.
Okay. It will come just now. So this is one animated video, rather taking the Google that made in more than a decade ago.
One of
No, it is coming. I think it will come.
Oh,
That's it.
okay. No problem now. We are just trying
Now it is coming. Okay.
comments. That's it. Hey, come on. We came, Chennai came. It went out very well, ma'am, actually. I can see the feedback also.
Yeah, it's repeating itself. You can take it forward. Yeah. So that is the case of landslide and the lake getting created behind that.
Professor Ghosh, no audio, but it looks like a nice Hollywood movie, yaar.
This is the simulation of that Joshimat case.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And many such situations will arise in future because this is equivalent to also the GLOF, the glacial lake outburst situation, which will have a similar effect in the Himalayan systems. So I think that is something which is which we need to really cater for, and from that angle,
These are the places where we have to take care of with embankment, levee, and other things.
But
this is what happened in Srinagar.
Yeah,
because of the breaches in Jhelum and the flood channel. That's how we got submerged.
Yeah.
Subsequently, there was no rainfall, but it was a swollen Jhelum, which breached at many places.
This is going to happen more and more because of the rain intensity increasing and also all those issues which have already been happening all over the globe, not only in India, but all those countries where they had never seen flooding, they are also getting flooded.
Absolutely.
So we need to learn from that.
कहाँ प्रोफेसर साहब आप चाइना चले गया अभी
These days we have models which can simulate all these things.
Yeah.
That's where the data, which is more refined data, which is becoming available from the remote sensing. And we have models which can simulate which are the areas which are going to be inundated. And even in the case of Delhi, we have the early warning system, as Professor Majumdar was showing in the morning, where we can tell, knowing the rainfall, that which are the areas which are going to be inundated and for how long and for how much, to what extent. So the technology is becoming available. Now the other aspects are equally important, which are being discussed, that how to disseminate that and how to take actions on ground so that the misery can be, the level of misery can be reduced. You can at least save as much property as possible, and especially the cases of human deaths can be reduced wherever it may happen. So good, I think it was a nice movie, and let's now hear Dr. Rajan,
Yeah,
his points, and if we can maybe add or to his points which he has already noted down.
Yes, Professor. Professor, just to tell you that this is what Indian Institute of Science and we are working in Bengaluru, that we have now identified a few areas. If so much is the rainfall, these are the areas which are going to be inundated. It's a wonderful project which is happening. I hope it comes out soon, and then other cities also can have a look at that. So to Professor Ghosh, the points which I have identified, 10 points which we will recommend to the NPDRR would be precisely on vulnerability assessment. We must recommend that every city should take up as soon as possible a scientific vulnerability assessment of the city to see which areas are impacted, which are going to be inundated, and the stormwater drains redesigning, remodeling. This would be first one. Second one, I'm not going to go in order, but yes, as I have noted down, I will tell you. Second one is funding. Funding was raised very aptly by Chennai City Commissioner. So I also do know that funding is a thing. I'm also happy that the 15th Finance Commission is earmarked a good amount of funds. We may have to look at very specifically these major metropolitan cities which have and which would require funding. How can we look at funding? So that is the second point. Third point, critical area is citizen partnership, not only from giving bad media, but also as our own partners in fighting this one. How can we have a solid engagement with the citizens? Can it be a form of a statute? Can it be a form of an order wherein they are mandated to do ABCD things? They're supposed to do EFG things, something like that. We need to see citizen participation should be there. Proactively, we'll have to look at IEC. In fact, if you look at IEC activities, we do it for lightning. But when it comes to urban floods, can we have certain IEC posters, IEC campaigns, IEC activities? Don't throw your garbage, don't throw your debris starting from stormwater drain, protect your house, don't put mixed chemical powders in water areas, so on and so forth. Can we have a strong IEC campaign? That can be one recommendation. The next one is sponge city, as we said, wherever there are parks, wherever there are civic communities, how can a society, the community, as a corporate or a civic agency try to say that, like, we have observed so much of carbon dioxide, we have observed so much of excess water, so that should be, a flood as a resource should be thought about. So sponge city should be one which you will be recommending. The next important area is equipments. In fact, you saw Chennai having some sophisticated equipment, but many others may not have. Some may have something better than this also. So can we have a standardized list of equipments that a minimum an agency, a civic agency of such population should have? If so, what is it? Where to get? Where to procure? It may be national, international products, whatever we are going to suggest. Starting from heavy machinery, automated machinery, to robots, to your so-called aqua dams and your geo, whatever we had listed earlier. Then another recommendation would be on strictly enforcing bylaws. One is, we can have a standard bylaw which we can recommend, and those standard bylaws, how much it can be adopted by the civic agency. One is adopting the bylaws. Second one is implementing the bylaws. So we should be speaking on those areas, how effectively, how can we incentivize those people who have followed, those who have not followed, how can you penalize something if you can guide them? That should be one of the output of the NPDRR. Then last two points is that manhole management was raised very aptly out over here. Can we recommend what are the best practices of manhole management, manhole silt related stuff that we can look into it? Not the least, but incident command centers should be available at each of the corporations out over here. The incident command control room should have all sorts of inputs here, should have all sorts of expertise there. Data coming in, data should be analyzed, and alert should be going to ABCD stakeholders, citizens, participation, so on and so forth. So how an incident commanding emergency operation control center should be there, what are the equipment, what data should be received, what kind of analysis. So that should be one area of our recommendation. And lastly, the monitoring system, like Karnataka, we have a very dense network of telemetric rain gauges, weather monitoring stations, water level sensor. So some standardization we can prescribe, that each city should have such kind of sensors which can get information immediately in real time such that it can be used. So these are some of the 10 points which I thought I should reiterate in this conference. I'm sure you have noted on much more, Professor. So with these things, if you can share a draft set of recommendations to me, I will also try to add on into it such that collectively there is a set of recommendations which we can give to the NPDRR. And I take this opportunity to thank Professor Gosain for his wonderful moderation, giving his huge experience and inputs here, and also to all the speakers. In fact, Dr. Kasaba, amidst his busy schedule from the beginning, is present there. He gave his practical, this one, Professor Chandan Ghosh came out with wonderful new and practical low-cost interventions. Professor Majumdar gave his inputs. Certain participants have given them. I take this opportunity to thank each one of them to start from the beginning, 10 o'clock, to now to be along with us and contribute. Thank you, one and all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, your team and organization, for supporting this in just in less than 3 days of our active cooperation. We could make it available, and all the speakers, and especially that who have shared their time, patience, and wisdom, and also connecting with the education institution, research institutions like Professor Gosai, and also Professor Mujumdar. And also, of course, we could not get connected to Professor Kapil Gupta. Maybe he is out of the station. But when professors are involved, and when organizations like civic bodies that you are involved, and then when a lot of activities are going on, then it is our job to handhold each other to take this fight or resilience to make every citizen also active enough through your line organizations on the ground, over the ground, and also to the space along with modelings and survey, both overground and underground utility survey. We can make this urban flood problem, which is created in our dictionary by our own activities. Let us see that, let it be wiped out from the dictionary in the days to come. Yeah, Mr. Bedi is here to have some.
Nothing. I was just listening to you. I just switched on my video. So that's all. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
For joining us. And so I'll make the summary and share with all the panelists and everyone, and within a day. And then let us see that what recommendation can be given to the NPDRR Secretariat. Okay.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay.